Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, while they're premiering, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Giuseppe Montesano, Naughty Thumbnails, Mitch Kennedy, Original D-Rose, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMails24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKiernan, Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Canna Bear, Bogey, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, let's try that one more time. Mel B. Styles, Troy Shuker, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Tina Baker, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You what? I don't know what you're talking about.
My daughter grabbed my phone and like I'd set it down to go get the baby, one of the babies, and when I come back, she was looking guilty, but she didn't say anything. But she told me last night that she had got on there and said something. I don't know what she said though. That's what I was going to ask. Did she say anything out of the way?
No, she got muted, so we could hear background noise, and I was like, "Who's causing that?" And then there was a couple of seconds where we identified who it was, and we were like, "Oh, it's John." So then I just stuck your line on mute, I believe. So we didn't actually get to hear what she said, if she said anything at all.
Okay, I was worried about her running the show. Like,
no, it's all good. Who else just joined? D-Rose. Hey, D-Rose.
Good morning.
Just
Well,
Discord,
that's
so.
why I was actually reading it, because Nathan's here. Good evening, Nathan.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm really sorry.
That's all good. No, that's just that was why I was reading it, because I've had a few people tell me they're the same day, but in reading all the verses sort of side by side and comparing, I don't believe that they can be.
Okay.
hey, Nathan, on the live show, I'd like to put out an appeal to the audience to go, like, help go through and find which debate, because there's a lot of debates. Like, what number are you on now?
I saw you. I went through some of them actually yesterday. So as you were sending the links, I did go to them, and you were like, you were good enough to at least put some sort of timestamp in there to say, look, around the 15-minute mark or whatever. So I went in to the first one and listened for about 10 minutes, and then it suddenly twigged why you were suggesting that video, and I'm like, because they're being quizzed on what scientific evidence they've got. And they're being very defensive about even suggesting that they should have scientific evidence. Is around that sort of time when they. So I assume that's the point of why you sent that, right?
Yeah, because you asked for scientific evidence of curvature, which is a trap. You know, if you say you have it, you're an idiot.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes. I didn't know that at the time. So obviously, you think you're more dumb in your past self because you can't necessarily remember the full context of what you're listening to or where you're going with the discussion while you're listening back to it many years later. But yeah, it's a trap, right? Because it's a cause and effect method. And we're asking them, give us your scientific evidence for your concrete noun. It's a blatant trap. But I was thinking, do we actually understand what we're asking here? Yeah, we do. Past Nathan's okay.
And like I was telling John, earliest I can find were the 900s, and I don't know what to put in the search thing to make it pull up 200s, because every time I put in Nathan Oakley 1980, it pulls in other people's videos that say Nathan Oakley tried to make me do this, and Nathan Oakley claimed that my video was that.
What you do is you go to Nathan Oakley 1980's YouTube page. You go to the videos, and then there's a button from most recent is one of the buttons, and then there's another button, and then it's oldest. You go to the oldest, and then you scroll down, and that gets you to the lower ones a lot quicker.
Ah, okay. I didn't do that. I just kept scrolling down. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
You
unfortunately,
made it all the way to 900.
there's a lot of videos, and I'm not going
I
to deny
did,
it.
yeah. I went all the way to 906, and I found like 6. I put on Master B that had some mention of flat Earth discussion. Horizon or leveled. That type of those aspects of the argument. And there was a real cool one that had like, I don't know how Nathan did it, but he did it where you could have like the section, like when you slide the time line down, it'll say the topics, curvature, geodetic, whatever. It has different aspects of the argument within that video. I don't know how he did that, but that was pretty cool for somebody that's trying to search for a particular topic.
Oh, back when I used to put time signatures in the info box, you mean?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I don't do that anymore.
Well, yeah, because it's so dynamic. What we're talking about. I have brain fart. Oh, how do you like? You go to a video and you put in a keyword search. How do you do that in YouTube? Do you know how?
No.
No.
Sorry.
I need baller help.
Yeah, navigating my way as a viewer isn't something I'm very good at. I am completely reactive in terms of my absorption of YouTube material and content. I'm very rarely typing anything into the search engine, if I'm honest. Unless
When
I
you
need
navigate
to
when you navigate as I'm sorry.
Go on.
When you navigate as a viewer, do you require a baseline?
No, baseline's needed when you're navigating YouTube. But the only thing I type in is like a hyper-specific subject,
But
That's
you
it.
know what, Refractive, even when you do that, it's going to give you the more mainstream authoritative content, as they made sure that they do. So even if you put in a word, it's going to give you the Wikipedia or Google or some shyster's mainstream false, parse narrative of that topic.
Not really. If I type in voltage scaling curve for 12900K CPU, I'm pretty certain I'll find what I need with that exact search. But
obviously, it's
but
not
that's what I'm saying.
controversial.
That's all I do when I do search. So I'm not generally going, is the Earth flat in a search bar? That's not what I'm doing.
Nathan, I have a two-parter for you. I've been watching a lot of videos on the scientific method, and I can't believe the butchering they do to it. I've found two for today, one for the pre-show, one for the actual show. So I could see why Jared and others say what they say when they watch stuff like what we're going to review today. And these are just...
I've been telling you that.
We've all been saying that, but thank you, Neil. So I'm going to post it right now. And the first one is the scientific method explained by using Monty Python's "We Found a Witch."
Okay. Have you
I've
posted?
been saying that because M. Scott.
Go on, Neil.
I was just saying that's where M. Scott Reach gets his nonsense from. They get it. This is what they're watching. This ain't the scientific method.
Well, then, Neil, considering that the mainstream lake is poisoned with misinformation about the scientific method and real science,
Absolutely, that's
then maybe that's a reason to kind of have a little bit of empathy for the dummies,
Well, I understand why where they're coming from, because they even Duper Poons was in the chat when QE was doing his show,
This is gonna
pulling
get
up Merriam-Webster's definition.
Going to get me a copyright strike.
No, you're reviewing it just like anything else. Someone else did this. Someone else did
Doesn't
this
matter
where they
if it-
used clips of it.
Yeah, if I play any more than 5 or 10 seconds of this, there's no
No,
way
they
we're
have
going to make up.
slides. They have slides coming in, breaking down the scientific method in between.
I'm still going to have to pause it every 5 to 10 seconds because, like I say, it's a mainstream movie.
All right, I don't know what to tell you. It's funny as heck. Post it for your people to watch.
Yeah, I'm going to fast forward it. It's just the entire clip. So there's no way I'm going to get away with playing an
Well,
entire
just
clip.
read the still.
All right, just chill. Okay, so the point of this is that he's going through logic. What he's claiming is sound logic. Yeah? And he's taking them through the process of this non sequitur stupidity, but claiming it as good logic. That's the point, right? Two is, I've got better logic than you, right? The idea being that, what else do we burn? Well, we burn wood, right? That's where he's going with this. If you've seen it before, I know I'm destroying the humour in it. But the point is what I want to gain from this, which is that he's trying to disseminate his nonsense as though it's good logic.
If she weighs...
On the screen, there's a slide. It says, 2, collect background information. She looks like a witch. She turned a man into a newt. Witches burn because they're made of wood. Wood floats, ducks float. Okay. Formulate a hypothesis using background information. If she weighs the same as a duck, then she'll float, therefore she's a witch. No, if she weighs the same as a duck, then she's made of wood and therefore will float and therefore is a witch. It's not just if she weighs the same as a duck, then she'll float. It's if she's made as same as a duck, she'll float, therefore made of wood, therefore a witch. And we can burn her.
Nathan.
We shall use my larger scales.
And call this an experiment. Plan the experiment, called it. Determine if the woman weighs the same as the duck. We shall use my largest scales.
You know, if she weighs the same amount as a duck, yeah, she's in trouble. But you know, the scale part's interesting because when he says his largest scales, that means his largest margin of error, right?
Yeah,
Well, I mean, this ain't got nothing to do with scientific
no,
method, but it's just
exactly. Let's perform a measurement. Number 5, it says conduct the experiment. No, they're going to measure. Going to put her on a scale. That's math. Observe and collect results. Woman weighed the same as the duck. Is that it?
Very well, my liege. Then I dub you Sir Bedivere.
That's it. Okay.
you know that is kind of how they come up with the ball, though, isn't it?
Through faulty logic. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's the whole. After watching a bunch of these and realizing how they took the actual method and started adding things to it so that it could be applied to mayonnaise and technical things man has made, not something
Shampoo.
occurring in nature naturally.
Shampoo. I like tires and shampoo. Those are my 2 favorites.
Exactly. Yeah, so when I watched a bunch of these, I go, wow, this one is really stretching the method. And then I watch another one, I go, oh my gosh, this one added 2 more stuff. Oh my gosh, look at this one. And so it's like, all right, so what is going on here? So you take something that is limited, okay? It's limited as to how you could use it because you need a natural occurring phenomenon. And then what they do with it is they stretch it out so they can go to the feast of nonsense with it and say science, which is stolen valor. So they use it where it can't be used, get everyone to believe all the stuff that was never proven or validated by the strict sense of the scientific method. And we know it's got to be occurring in nature. And that's the ones, when you watch the real orthodox version ones, it's got to be something natural in nature. You got to have a phenomena that you observe. Then you want to test it. IV, DV, CV, they all say those things. And then voila, you have a theory because it's repeatable and it's the cause and effect. And then you look at all the rest, and they stretched it so much to where what John just said, which is like, well, we're looking at the star and we say it's this, and we're looking at this black area and we say it's a black hole. And then they say science proved it. This is the whole trick about the whole thing. And this is what you're trying to tell Jaron, is saying, Jaron, if they're going to make claims about heliocentrism and they're going to call it science, do you know we can go to the scientific method and stick it to them with that? They never did it. And you are avoiding this major scalpel that we can take to the lies of heliocentrism.
There's just a distinction that needs making between science as a word used by fraudsters who use the word as a magic trick and the actual scientific method and the validity it offers. You know, the only reason the scammy fraudsters that claim they've got science when they haven't used the word science when they haven't is because we all understand that science does prove things. And we're taught it at a very early age. And that methodology of empirical validation has benefited humanity. Very powerful tool to use if you haven't got proof. Say you've got science. Incorporate what you say is proof into some formulated method that seems a bit sciencey and say it's science. And your Joe Blogs normie will think that you've proven something. It's just a magic trick. It doesn't alter the fact that the only reason it's being employed is because science does prove things. It's just it's very, very rarely actually being employed by the people who use the word.
Well, I've noticed this too. There's an equivocation that happens. It was when we were talking about the science of bird breeding, right? And I was like, maybe it'd be better to just call it a study. And in context, you know, you're right. It's fine to say it that way. But most people, I'd say 99% of people, or even more, take it as a philosophy, not as the method itself.
Yeah. And that's useful if you've got bullshit to peddle. To just let people think that that's the case. Not ever distinguish between real science, the scientific method, the empirical nature of the outcome, and the bullshit of Timotei, and here comes the science part, in quotes.
Well, the philosophy that brought us the scientific method was, it was like materialism meets Christianity kind of deal.
Yeah, but so what? So what? The philosophers brought us the method. The method itself is empirical. It's like saying Hitler bought us the Beetle. So the Beetle's inherently an evil car. It's like, no. It's just a car. It's just a method. The fact that philosophers gave it to us doesn't mean it's philosophy.
Right. And I'm not saying that either. I'm saying that most people confuse the philosophy that discovered it with the thing itself, with the method itself. And that's one of the biggest uphill battles. And that's what Jaron is also doing.
Well, like I say, my intention, and I've told him this, is that the focus will be purely on hypothesis construction, not the actualization, not the physicality of the IVDV, but the logic. Very appropriate video from 10th. But the logic, it's infallible in terms of you can't have A cause B and not cause B. It doesn't. It violates the law of non-contradiction to have both statements be true. Only one can be true, and one or other will be proven true. That's it. That's the only bit I would need to focus on, really. The empiricism of the method when you look at the hypothesis and the logic contained within.
Nathan, I put the still slides in Master B, except the third one is at the last part when it should be after number 4.
I actually did have them on screen. I did put them all up.
No, I know. Just for your convenience, in case
okay.
you're going to edit. You know,
Sure.
if you edit it.
I understand. The point of the video is to show that, you know, you take what is an actual method and then you just incorporate any old bullshit into it and make it seem like, well, this is the hypothesis construction stage. And no, it isn't. But you can call it that, and suddenly what, you're weighing a woman to prove she's wood, to prove she's a witch, and you can burn her is valid because you've called it science. That's basically all it demonstrates, and yeah, good job. Because he even does it by using faulty logic and saying, logically, we can say... Oh, can you? No, you need actual logic.
The second video for the live show is a speaker at a TED Talk. He claims to be a physicist, done science, and man, you are going to have a great time reviewing this one. Again, another stretching of the scientific method to things that it could never have been used for in the first instance, as you always put things, and then say, see, we found out later it wasn't true. So we can't trust it. And these are the types of videos that people are watching and saying science doesn't prove things, when really they need to be a bit more pedantic. The scientific method followed exactly the way it was structured, either falsifies something or does prove something. But in either case, both of them prove something. And so instead of going there with it, they've applied it to all these things that it shouldn't be applied to. And then later it comes back to bite them because they found out they were wrong. And then they say, see, it was the scientific method that was wrong.
Wouldn't it be fair, from what we heard, that that was considered lunatic logistics, lunatic logic?
LL?
LL.
How about C? How about C? LLC, crazy.
There you go, LLC.
Perfect.
It's ridiculous.
Well, when I use I use the scientific method, I use it to destroy their claim of science. I don't use it any other way, meaning it's like, oh, you say the earth is a ball and you say the earth is spinning and you say the earth is et cetera, et cetera. I said, has science proved this? Because see, they want to get away from everything and say science backed it up because they're under the spell. And so the whole point is they go, yeah, science proved it. I go, well, show it to me. What was the observed phenomena? And we all learned this here, of course. And so it's like, well, you say Earth is spinning. Do I observe that? No. No, well, the stars are moving. I go, well, I don't have a problem with the stars moving because I could prove that with a drone that hovers and still takes video, and it's off the Earth that's supposed to be moving that should cause the star movement, but the stars are still moving when the drone is off the Earth, so which means it's still moving when you're off the Earth, which means the stars are moving, not the Earth, because my senses don't even tell me the Earth is moving, so voila, you're done. And then we got the new video from Taboo where the pilot is doing time lapse and the stars are staying approximately right where they're at as the pilot is flying 4,000 miles. And my goodness, the curvature of the Earth should make them go up or right as you're going. It should be going higher and higher, but it's not. So voila, you've stolen the valor of science and tried to say it was proven when it never was. And you've taken the scientific method, was limited in scope to things that are happening in nature only, naturally, and try to apply it to shampoo and everything else.
You know, I do have to critique Taboo Conspiracy's video on him claiming that they have a model and that pictorial representation of it, you know, over the CGI, and he's got what the stars should be doing over a globe. That's almost too far. You know what I mean?
Well, I just watched the video last night where it was, what was it? Wasn't the ISS. It was like a high flying plane or something. And it was, It was showing how
Same thing. Same thing.
it was showing how it should be. And then when you watch Taboo's conspiracy, it's the opposite. So they did it a little. I'll try to find it. It was pretty cool. Meaning in the video with the view from the plane or whatever it was, I can't recall. The stars changed position as the plane flew, whereas the Taboo one, it was in the same elevation angle above the Earth over the distance. They're always trying to make us say, "What's your model?" We don't have a model. You have the model, and it does not work out for your model. That's the key.
They don't have a model. That's another trick they played.
No, they say they do.
They have. Well, they can say all they want to, but every time they try to demonstrate it, flat Earth proof.
Agreed. This is why we have them hook, line, and sinker. We got them no matter which way they come, John. We got them. They need a flat Earth to even make their model.
I have actually been a customer of BetterHelp for a little over 2 years now, and I was able to get matched up with a therapist.
I believe that science has had countless benefits for humanity. But when I was in 8th grade, I learned about this thing called the scientific method. And
Good enough for government work. So just leveling it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. My objective is not any different to what it was 5 years ago with Bob. Now the objective has changed to Dave Weiss and Jaron. Like, my objective is to get them to understand what science is so they can better win debates. That's it.
Agreed.
I'm gonna be real with you on the whole aspect of not only doing that, which I think is prudent, but the only one that I would consider and be all aboard to befriend and return friendship is Weiss.
Yeah.
I think you will, get a reciprocated and a good, relationship back with him. As far
Well,
as the Jared,
I was speaking to Dave
agree.
this morning, actually, just by pure coincidence, right? And like with anybody that's close to you, that you develop a relationship with and then feel fucked over by, you're going to be quite passionate with them. You're going to have a lot more vitriol and a lot more disdain towards them. Well, that is true for both me and Dave in both directions. And Jaron, not that I'm not particularly saying anything I haven't said running up to this anyway, but you know what I'm getting at. The point is that, yeah, I do care about these people. I care about them doing a better job in Flat Earth, and I care about the community at large that will benefit from them doing a better job in Flat Earth. Yeah?
Well, that's what I was trying to say yesterday while I was in the car. I know your motivation because I'm on the show and I hear it. How it's being portrayed on that video Jaron did is he's saying that, hey, this thing, I was just talking to this guy, and he said, Nathan Oakley wants to talk to you. But when the guy came here, he said that, hey, I'll moderate the show. And he made it sound like Jaron was open to something. Well, when you hear Jaron, it was that you came. And then Jaron took that opportunity and said, well, yeah, of course Nathan Oakley wants to talk to me because he's hemorrhaging subscribers. He needs me. He's this, he's that. And I remember when he was young and he would come and say, oh, Jaron, and then he played the voice and, and thank you. And then now when he's dying, he wants to reach out. Well, he's got to take off those thumbnails with calling me a scammer. And so he's changed the whole narrative to that when you just said what your reasoning is, which is to take the very thing that they've changed and bastardized
Yeah, no worries.
say,
it's no problem. I can deal with an argument ad populum or appeal to consensus fallacy. That's not an issue. I don't think that's going to work or go over.
I know you could. I'm just for the audience.
No
for
worries.
people
Look, again, if his audience eats up his argument ad populum or appeal to consensus, so be it. I don't care. My only objective is to get Jaron to do better in debates. Now, As a consequence, I would hope that as a natural byproduct, he can't go forward, continue calling me, Mike Kavanagh, Bob, rest in peace, and Dave Weiss scammers for saying that science proves things. You know, I mean, that seems unreasonable. But we'd hope that that would be automatically addressed by the ignorance of science being addressed. That can only follow, as far as I am concerned. So while I say my motivation is to stop Jaron calling me a scammer by showing him how science proves things, now that's a natural consequence. I don't need that to be my primary objective anymore. My primary objective is just understand what science is and how it proves things so that you can appreciate why they're using the language to make it seem like they're proving things when they say the word.
Clear as mud to us.
Hello, good afternoon.
Right?
Let's get it on.
Get what on? What's going on?
I don't know.
Because you didn't join for the pre-show. So in the pre-show, we were talking about science and the scientific method, how it proves things, and so on and so forth. In advance of my
It's the
discussion,
year of the
hopefully.
peacemaking.
Well, I just had a bunch of newbies in my chat today and basically did a full flat earth intro with the 3 undefeatable arguments. That was great.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. I mean, it's nice to know about your intro and my intro. There we go. Good to know. Let's do a bit of housekeeping. Let's do a bit of housekeeping to get it all in line. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's a horizon, formerly known as Earth curve.
Black Swan.
Is that scientific evidence?
Nope.
What do you mean formally? Hold on. What do you mean formally?
Well,
because to them, it's
refraction.
the Earth.
They never claimed it was geometric. It's not formally.
Formally, because they used to claim that it blocked boats and buildings, it's still the official Earth curve claim of a geometric hill obstruction known as Earth curve getting in the way at the horizon. That's the official claim. But since, as already highlighted by Arwin, Black Swan, now they tell us nobody's expecting to see the geometric horizon. That's Earth curve. We wouldn't expect to see physical geometry. That's Earth curve.
Right. They don't see the geometric horizon, but boats will still go over and behind it.
No, they're going over refraction. I've just told you. Refraction. That's what they actually say. Well, that's not Earth curve, is it? They're saying boats go into refraction. Okay, no. You used to say there's a physical hill blocking the view of the boat. Now it's formally known as Earth curve. Hope that's clear.
What's clear is they used to say horizon was Earth curve, geometric blocking. And now they have to say, because of the Black Swan, well, no, you could really never see it. So then what was blocking? Oh,
Nothing.
Refraction. So not Earth curve then.
Yeah.
That's how simple it is.
The claim is there's a physical hill getting in the way based on us being on a sphere. Well, that physical hill has been debunked. Now they tell us it's refraction. It's that simple. Okay. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
What is it?
Well, how would science doesn't prove things is what I'm told by many people. Why would you ask for such a thing if science doesn't prove things?
I'm only asking based on the standards that are told to us when being told that there is proof of evidence. We were told that there's scientific evidence for gravity and that the whole body of science proves we're on a sphere. So we were presented with the notion of there being scientific evidence for this model of a sphere in a heliocentric, sun-centric world.
Well,
why are
if
we
it
asking for
isn't
scientific
evident-
evidence is your question, John. We're asking for scientific evidence because we're told there's science for this stuff. So when someone says there's science for it, or I can prove that scientifically, we say, okay, go on then. And they go, what? You go, you say you can prove that scientifically. Go on then. Let's see how you prove it scientifically. What did you do? What was the method? What did you do to prove it scientifically? And suddenly we get told that they're richer than we are. That they've got a better car, or more popularity, or more viewers. You go, no, you said you could prove it scientifically. Now I'm asking you to do just that. Was it just a magic word that you used to allude to having proof when you don't actually know what the word means? Yeah, it was. It's just the typical con artist, ball-believing move to convince you that they've got some proof for the shit that they claim. No, you haven't got any proof for your gravity. So you saying you've got scientific evidence for it will just be met with me asking you to actually give it us. Or start by defining what science is, so we all know what scientific evidence will be, so when you present it, we'll know that it is what you say it is. And if you can't, we're going to wonder why you've used the word, why you've said science, why you've said you're proving things, when you don't really know what the word actually means. You've just used it because it convinces people who hear it that you've proven something. That's why it's used by our opponents, because they need to con their viewers and lie and scam their viewers into believing that the bullshit they peddle has actually got some proof attached to it. Now, they don't, half the time, even know what science means. So when they say they've got science, they, in their minds, think they have. They haven't. It's that simple.
So,
that's why we ask for it.
That's a double-edged sword.
Why?
Indeed, it's a double-edged sword, because they have said gravity's not a force. 107 years ago, it was. 107 years later, and for that length of time, it isn't. But they claimed science proved gravity. They never showed it prior to changing it from being a force to a non-force. So this is where people will say, see, they thought that gravity was a force, and science told them that. But then later, science told them it wasn't a force. Look, wake up, everybody. They never used scientific method in the first place. Gravity is a hoax. Something drops doesn't mean gravity is there.
Like a helium balloon or clouds.
Right. Well, the reason I say it's a double-edged sword is because if you recognize that they're that what they're calling science isn't proof at all, you can come to the conclusion that science is not proving things, and that can hurt you as well if you come to that conclusion.
But precisely, that's where Jaron's at. So in that position, Jaron's 99% of the way, because he's already recognised that this word science, which he assumes is science, is being used to peddle deception, lies, fraud, scams, things that are not true, not proven. So when Jaron says, oh, science isn't proving anything, it's because so many people claiming to have science aren't proving anything and just don't actually have science. But you can understand how that would, on the surface level, seem like, well, everybody who's saying they've got science is claiming to be proving things, and they're not. I can show how they're wrong. Therefore, science doesn't prove anything. Well, no, the only reason they were saying they'd got science was to steal the valor of the method that's empirical, because that does prove things. They hadn't, so they just used the word to make you think that they had. It's that simple. So while I won't necessarily go through that with Jaron when I'm talking with him hopefully tomorrow, my intention will be to just explain how the logic of the method, that's hypothesis construction, not the physicality of the independent or dependent variable, no examples of boiling water, but simply the logic therein. The logic of if A, then B, or if A, not B. You can't have both be true. It violates the law of non-contradiction, and the only way you find out which one is true is to vary A, and it'll either cause B or not cause B. In which case you can...
That's why I bring it up.
Say again.
That's why I bring it up, because where he has addressed you as a scammer for using science, right, or saying scientific method proves things, you could use that as your way in to showing him how the method actually does prove things, and just kind of walking down the path he's already gone down, that these people that say science aren't proving things, but why are they saying it? And then show them why they're saying it with your...
no, I'm not. My attempts won't be that lofty either. Simple. My attempt is, here's the logic and why it offers empiricism. Here is the infallible logic and how it works. That's it. That's the only thing I want to achieve. Baby steps. I've already done the try and incorporate all of the scientific method with examples of experiments that are being used by Bob Nodell in the form of Michelson-Morley, and how they're not experiments because they don't adhere to the method. They don't have an independent and dependent variable. Even if they did, they'd be showing our Coriolis doesn't show we've got Earth drifting underneath at 15 degrees an hour, because if the Earth did turn under the gyro to cause pendulum, or whatever, to cause the drift at 15 degrees an hour, then Earth would be turning underneath planes. And that's what I tried to do with Globebusters. Right, let's just take a big step back and go, no. Let's start from the beginning. What's the issue? Okay. Based on every single shyster charlatan claiming they got science when they haven't, Jaron's under the misapprehension that pseudoscience, which is what it actually is, doesn't prove things. I shouldn't have said misapprehension. Under the apprehension, because he's correct in that regard, he's just got the word wrong. Because science does prove things. The pseudoscience he's been exposed to all his life, masquerading as science, does not. Once that distinction's drawn, my hope is that it can be drawn by the empiricism offered within the logic. If A, then B, or if A, not B, is a logic gate. Something that you could put into a computer and then feed it the variable, the thing that will vary, to cause the effect that you are induced, or not cause the effect. And upon doing it, it travels through the logic seamlessly, perfectly. At that point, how can you argue? How can Jaron argue with the logic embedded in the hypothesis? You can't. It's logic. Yeah? Suitable for dumb-ass computers to wrap their heads around. No thought required. A process. a binary, idiotic computer could comport to. That's what I'm going to stick to. When I said it to yesterday, QE's response was, what, second grade level? Unfortunately, if you want to put it in that way, yes. But through 30 or 40 years of brainwashing, indoctrination, and shyster liars claiming they got science when they haven't, it's easy to understand why you fall off the beaten track of that second grade education that you understood to realise why it would be useful to claim you got science when you haven't. Because it proves things. Hopefully that'll be next step. First step, here's how the logic works. If he says, that's wrong, okay, that exposes you to your audience as being stupid then. Because there's no arguing with this logic. It is infallible. It's sound. It's logical. It's consistent. It's a method. There's a process to the logic. Once you understand that, logic only, you don't have to necessarily apply it to science. The logic itself stands alone as true because it has a consistency to it. It's not fallacious. It's just logical. That's what it's based on. Therein, if A, then B, or if A, not B, therein lies the empiricism. If you can't understand that as an audience member or Jaron when I talk to him, then I will concede. No worries. There is no communicating this to you at this time, for whatever reason. I will attempt again. I will endeavour to progress this community through our illustrious leader Jaron Campanella by way of another attempt in the future, when hopefully all issues that have precluded him from absorbing this logic have been eradicated. And then we will try again, and again, and again, until he gets it. And Dave gets it, and anybody else who's in this community gets it. Yeah? Science has advanced every single one of us. The only reason we're talking on these computers is because of the empiricism offered via the scientific method that offered us quantum mechanics and the computers we all use. The only reason a lot of us are still alive is because somebody in their history has been benefited from the scientific method offering their predecessors medicinal assistance with empiricism behind it, offered from the scientific method. In other words, this method has advanced humanity. I'll be damned if I give up on flat earthers who just say no. No, I won't accept that. There might be a better explanation that comes beyond this logic that has an end point. Once you prove A does cause B, it cannot simultaneously not be the cause of B. It doesn't work. Likewise, if you vary A and it doesn't cause the thing you're studying, it will never ever cause it. It won't be the case that you go move down the road 5 years and go, actually I varied A and it suddenly does cause it. No, that's not how this works. It either causes it or it doesn't, and when you vary, you find out. And when you find out, you've made a prediction. A will cause B. It did. Tick. Proven. Done. It's never going to not cause the effect. You're never going to heat water and it not boil. Right? That is how it works. You apply the heat, the water boils. Now, if you can show me a scenario where you stick a flame under water and then it never boils, yeah? Well, then you'll be violating the law of non-contradiction. You'll be throwing into dispute or disrepute every scientific validity that's ever been offered through this logic. Because suddenly the law of non-contradiction stands. It can't, it won't, it's never going to happen. But that would be the case.
Can't force feed anybody, though.
Suddenly you have something being the cause of something, you heat water and it boils. But also, just remember, just so you don't mistake what's going on here, because we live in a world of contradiction, you could also heat the water and it never boil. Really? I thought I heated it and it boiled. No, we have a world, a universe of contradictions where heat will cause water to boil and it also won't cause it to boil. Yeah, that's never going to be the case. That's where the logic lies. If A, then B. If heat, then water boiling. Also, null, zero difference result. If heat, water not boiling. That's what you'd have to show. You'd have to validate the other half of the hypothesis. Not, well, if I put a crock pot in the equation, well, then you've got a different variable. You don't understand what independent means. Independent variable means it's the single solitary thing that's varied in the experiment to offer the empiricism that the method provides. Not, well, if I vary the crock pot and the heat, independent variable on its own, alone. Again, a lack of understanding of the method itself will lead you to ask questions about other variables, what beyond the independent one that you're testing. You don't understand the method if you're asking me about other external forces that aren't being held constant as a constant variable in this particular experiment. That would be to say you're varying heat to try and induce the phenomena of water boiling. Now, if you introduce it and it validates the null, that would be to say that you apply heat to water and it doesn't boil. That's the only two outcomes based on a valid scientific prediction. Nothing about crock pots, nothing about acid content. One singular independent variable will be tested to see and validate if that is the cause of the effect, or, like in my hypothesis, not the cause of the effect. That one variable. And upon varying that one variable with all else held constant, you'll validate the zero difference result or the alternative. One or other will be proven. It's the only outcome. You can't have neither be proven, because neither being proven violates the law of non-contradiction. Neither being proven, well, A didn't cause the effect, or A didn't not cause the effect either. It's absurd. It is an impossibility built within the empiricism of the hypothesis. A causes B, or A doesn't cause B. Both can't be true, and only A, singular, independent on its own, alone, will be tested in an experiment. That's what I need to get across. How the logic of if A then B, or if A not B, is empirical, will offer an empirical outcome as a predictive statement with logic attached. There you go. That's my rant. That's what I'll be discussing. That probably took the 10 minutes I practiced or hoped that the dissemination of the information will take place when I repeat it almost verbatim tomorrow.
Is it tomorrow or Thursday?
Thursday.
Force feeding.
Huh?
Thursday. I thought it was Wednesday.
Yeah, it's Thursday. Well, today's video, the guy says it sucks. At a TED Talk. That is a
I
scientific
believe that
method.
science has had countless benefits for humanity. But when I was in 8th grade, I learned about this thing called the scientific method. And since then, I have done science, I have worked with other scientists, and I've taught science to college students, to K through 12 teachers, and to 7th and 8th graders, middle schoolers. And from these experiences, I've come to the conclusion that the scientific method sucks. If it's been a while for you, as it has been for me since middle school, let me run through it real quick for you. First of all, step one.
What the hell? Identify a problem. You think this is the scientific method? Do some research. Formulate a hypothesis. That's incorrect. You're not identifying a problem. You're observing natural phenomena as step one. So straight off the bat, if you're saying this is wrong or garbage, it's because you're peddling pseudoscience as though it's the scientific method. So this is pseudoscience, and pseudoscience that doesn't adhere to the scientific method already has a definition. You can call it garbage, but it's actually just pseudoscience. Starting without a natural phenomena would be pseudoscience. That's what this is. So if you're calling this garbage, I'd agree, but it's pseudoscience. This isn't the scientific method as you have labelled it, in quotes. No. Observe naturally occurring phenomena. Something that you want to explain the cause of in nature. That's step one. Identify a problem. I could give you a maths problem. You're going to put that through the method? I could give you some maths problem and then you could do some research on it. Yeah, that isn't step one.
One, identify a problem.
Nope.
Step two, do some
Nathan,
research.
He said that he got taught this in school. Really? Was this the scientific method he got taught in school?
No, he got
That's
it from
not the
Google.
scientific method I got taught in school.
He got it from Science Buddies on Google.
Step three, form a hypothesis. Step four, do an experiment with some independent and dependent variables to test your hypothesis. Step five, analyze data. Step six, draw a conclusion.
Why would you need to draw a conclusion if you've done an experiment with independent and dependent variables? The conclusion is the outcome of the experiment. You don't need to analyse anything. Either A causes B or it doesn't cause B. What's to analyse?
You did say some independent and dependent variables. So just toss a few in there.
Pardon?
He said some independent variables. So we could just toss a few in there.
A few independent variables, like plural.
It sounds good, right?
No, it sounds like garbage. Other than the step 4, do an experiment with independent and dependent variables to test your hypothesis. Well, your hypothesis is your independent and dependent variables. That's all your hypothesis consists of. Just with 2 statements. 1, your independent variable will cause your dependent variable. And 2, your independent variable won't cause your dependent variable. That's a zero difference result, otherwise known as a null hypothesis. The 2 go alongside one another, and upon variation of an independent variable, you'll either cause the effect you're studying in nature, not the problem you're trying to solve. The effect, that's a dependent variable. Effect in nature. Yeah, right there, it says dependent variable. Yeah, that's not a problem you've encountered. A problem, right, does it vary? Does your maths problem vary? Just a maths problem. Variables, that's something happening. You know, when it varies, that's its occurrence. Its phenomena. Its phenomenal value is the thing happening. That's a dependent variable. Whether or not the dependent variable occurs upon variation of the independent variable, that's an experiment. Whether or not it causes it, there's nothing to analyse it. It just does or doesn't. There's only one outcome possible.
It certainly matches what we see on TV and in movies.
It certainly does. Doesn't it? Yeah, it matches what we see in the movies. But it doesn't make it the scientific method. It isn't.
And what we see on the news. Unfortunately, it completely misrepresents what scientists do and what science is all about.
Couldn't agree more. Scientists will be the person that assumes the cause of an effect they're studying. That would be to say that they suppose the independent variable. You could also call a scientist somebody who varies the independent variable to see if it causes the dependent variable, the effect studied in nature. That's what scientists actually do. That's what science is.
Lucidchart makes intelligent.
And this manifests in 4 main ways. First of all, it's incredibly linear. We start with a problem statement and we end with a conclusion. This implies that science is something that's once and done, fixed for all time.
No, you've got 2 outcomes. if you validate the zero difference result, that's to say that you put a tick because you've, let's just try and say this nice and slowly, proven that what you assumed would cause the effect did not cause the effect, then you have proven your null hypothesis. Oh, my prediction, null hypothesis, was A won't cause B. And what do you know? I varied A, and it didn't cause B. So I have proven my null hypothesis. Tick. See how that's proven now? But you still don't know the bloody cause of what the effect is, do you? So is that it? One and done? Oh, we proved our null. It didn't cause it. Yeah, we still need to know why they're dying, though. Yeah, we'd really like to know the cause of why they're dying. Very nice to think that we could one and done this into a null hypothesis and then move on with our day, but we'd prefer you gave us the cause of why our people are dying in this respect with this illness. Could you not give us the cause of their debilitating death? Would that not be better to find the cause of it? I'd prefer you just went on and did it again with a different independent variable. Suppose something else caused it and vary that to see if you can actually cause it, so we know what causes it. Because that's bloody useful when we know what causes things. Yeah, and there's a method for doing it. It's just not a one and done method. It's very much a you got to get it right and find out what actually causes the effect you're observing and studying. Because otherwise men come home with scurvy and you go, maybe it's the potatoes that they're eating. Let's try them on a different potato. We'll vary potatoes. And then they still die. Yeah, it's much more useful to actually find out what causes scurvy, lack of vitamin C in this instance. Yeah, that would be useful if you could vary and manipulate that which you assume causes the effect you're studying. In this case, something that causes people to die. And then when you vary and manipulate that which you assume causes the effect you're studying, death, and you validate that a lack of vitamin C causes it, then you can stop people from having a lack of vitamin C and stop the death by establishing the cause of the effect. So, in many ways, science is absolutely crucial for benefiting humanity by proving things. Now, it's not always the case that your proof will be useful. Proving that something doesn't cause something else, validation of a zero difference result, aka proving you're null, isn't that useful. But you've still definitely proven something. I mean, it proves that it isn't that. That's still useful. When someone else comes along and says, maybe it's the potatoes, you can say, nah, we varied and manipulated the potatoes as an independent variable. And what do you know? We still got people dying. We didn't find out that it was the cause. Lack of potatoes wasn't the cause of them dying. What do you know? But you still proved it wasn't that. So you don't have to piss around with potatoes anymore. Potatoes don't have a high vitamin C content, do they? I don't think so. Anyway.
Secondly, it's not very intuitive. How do I choose a problem? What do I do with my conclusion when I...
Right, how do you choose a problem? My God. No. You observe a naturally occurring phenomena. So there's these guys coming back and they're dying at sea. But there's also this other problem. I mean, I don't know what I could choose. No, it tends to be the case that humanity and the way the direction of society goes, often with debilitating disease being the leading factor, it'll kind of dictate which way science goes. Because there's often a need to find the cause, yeah, to prove and validate causes of effects we observe. That will often just find its way to you in many instances. Often people observe phenomena that they don't observe the cause of, and they want to know why. And you know, there's a method that's really useful for doing that. It's called the scientific method. It's just not this garbage. Not intuitive. How'd you pick your problem? No, you just see something happening and go, I wonder why that happened.
And I'm done. If I have no idea what should or even could happen.
Yeah, that's the genius of the construction of a hypothesis. The genius is to say that I suppose this will cause that and get it right.
How do I come up with a hypothesis?
You suppose a variable and then you vary it in the experiment. It's really easy. You see a phenomenon and go, I wonder what caused that. I think A cause that phenomena I just saw. You know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to vary A. Oh, it didn't cause it. You know what that proved? Like, empirically proved that what I thought would cause it didn't. Because I varied it, and it didn't cause it. So I validated, proved my null hypothesis. Because I automatically, before doing my variation of A, to see if it caused the effect, made a prediction that it wouldn't. It went alongside the prediction that it would. Ergo, when I varied it, I got an empirical outcome that it didn't cause it. I mean, not as useful as proving what did cause it, but still I got a valid, provable, repeatable outcome that went alongside my prediction, and I proved that prediction to be true. A didn't cause B in this instance. But if I was more smart, I might have got it right. I might have actually figured out what the hell did cause it, vary that, and then show that it did, empirically, to be repeated over and over again. And every time it's varied, it proves that that effect will happen.
This makes the process intimidating and dangerous.
No, total garbage. Not intimidating if you understand it. Not dangerous. The experiment stage could get dangerous, I suppose, in terms of the setup. But no, hypothesis construction is in no way dangerous at all. Writing down what you suppose causes an effect isn't in any way dangerous. Zero danger. In fact, I'm going to give it, I don't know which way micromort scales go, but if it's very high for something that's unlikely to kill you, then it's got a very high micromort scale. Or if it's very low, it's got a very, very non-existent micromort scale in terms of how likely you're going to be killed by formulating a hypothesis. Because writing down A causes B, and then alongside it, A doesn't cause B, is in no way life-threatening to anybody ever.
3, there's a focus on conclusion, reaching the conclusion.
No, the conclusion's reached when you vary A and it causes B, or you vary A and it doesn't cause B. That is the conclusion. The focus would be on your bullshit that goes along with your nonsense that isn't adhering to any validatable empirical method that will give you proof at the end of it. But what your focus is on the conclusion. Yeah, because bullshitters who say that they've got this method, they focus on their conclusions. And they incorporate the nonsense of science, which they haven't got, into their conclusions, which they didn't validate through an empirical method.
On getting a fact.
Yeah, the variation of a presumed cause to validate the effect you were studying would be a fact if you did it.
Well, what happens when the information changes? What happens when...
Right, so you think that vitamin C will stop, or the lack of vitamin C will stop causing scurvy sometime soon, do you? What happens when that changes? Sorry, are you insane? Do you believe that at some point the cause of scurvy is going to change? You think that tomorrow I can starve a man of vitamin C and he won't get scurvy? Yeah, because these facts might change tomorrow. No, you're stupid. No, once you validate something empirically, there is no changing that. Once you understand that if you deprive a man of vitamin C, he'll die of scurvy, that's not going to change tomorrow. But only the fact that we know depriving him of vitamin C will cause his death by scurvy would be the reason the courts would cause somebody to be convicted of murder should they deprive a man of vitamin C for a prolonged period intentionally. Because scientifically we know and have proven that depriving a man of vitamin C will kill him. We know that. We've proven it with science. And it will never, ever, ever change. Empirical. You don't know what these words mean? No, because you're bullshit and lying science that doesn't prove a damn thing. Actually might change tomorrow based on the conclusions they drew without empirical outcomes and science. Yeah.
When facts change. How does this process capture that?
This bullshit process that isn't science.
And finally, the focus on experimentation.
Like, why would you say facts change? The thing is that they don't change. This is entirely nonsensical.
Go ahead,
I was just going to say what Arwen said. When facts change, so they were never facts to begin with.
Exactly. If they're changing tomorrow, yeah. Oh, it's scientific proof today, but that might change tomorrow. Hello, you stupid idiot. It was never a fact to begin with if it changed. It wasn't validated to be true because it wouldn't ever change. Like I say, you're not going to find that suddenly starving a man of vitamin C won't cause scurvy tomorrow. That's not going to happen. Shout out to Unitox Femu. So sea level and elevation angles are dangerous. Borderline there, Sasha, but thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate the support.
Don't get me wrong. I'm a big fan of teaching students to control for whatever random variables they can.
Sorry, it's anything that isn't the independent variable that must be kept constant. I mean, whatever they can. I mean, it's okay if they're doing the experiment in a situation that doesn't allow for an independent variable to be held constant. That's fine. Just do what you can. No. These terms are defined. Independent variable. That means it's the only thing that varies. Everything else is held constant. There's no exceptions. It's just stupid.
But there's been a lot of really good science that's been done without being able to control for, well, anything.
Then it wasn't science. It didn't have an independent variable if many things were varying.
For a moment.
Notice how he said that there's been lots of good science. But what he went on to describe as, quote, good science wasn't actually science. So you can appreciate why someone like Jaron would have the misapprehension that this guy's science, which is bullshit, means that there is no proof in science. Because he's now going to go on to how, the conclusion drew by a man without empiricism attached might change. Yet the man's conclusion was always wrong. Yeah, it had a half-life, did it, that fact? That's not how it works. Empiricism is never going to alter. Like I say, the guys aren't going to suddenly be starvable of vitamin C tomorrow and they're not going to die. Oh, what I knew, in the back of my mind, I thought that it could change. We've got a half-life of facts. Depriving him of vitamin C, I mean, it's not necessarily going to kill him. That might change tomorrow. Didn't it change already? These facts have a half-life after all.
And I'd like for you to imagine what budget it would take to create a laboratory here on Earth to study the interior of Jupiter.
Sorry, is the interior of Jupiter a naturally occurring phenomena? AKA what you put on screen earlier in your hypothesis construction stage 4? That would be dependent variable. Sorry, interior of light in sky. Variable, you say? It seems like what you're describing as your fantasy concrete noun is somehow going to become a variable? How the hell is the interior of a twinkling light a variable? Number one, why would you assume a twinkling light's got an interior? And what the hell of that interior you assume would be varying? It's just utterly absurd. He's put dependent variable up, but now he's talking about a concrete noun in Fantasyland. Shout out again to Unisox Femu. Drop over distance is even more dangerous. Rolling face, rolling face, rolling face. With laughter. Thank you, Sasha. Really appreciate the support.
Or to form a star from scratch.
Sorry, what? You think that's a dependent variable? You forming a star from scratch? Yeah, you know what? That's the first time you've come close. So if you were to make a star develop, that would be you varying something that induced the effect of star. So if you're going to say the star light itself, the star itself, if that you could just about get away with calling a dependent variable. Well, there's a sky above me, then there's a star. So the star's appearance could be called a phenomena. It wasn't there, now it is. Something's happened. Okay, I'll take it. So that's your dependent variable then, star. Okay, I'll have it. Well, yeah, you as a scientist would need to vary and manipulate that which you assume causes star. So independent variable, that's A in all my examples. What you think causes it, causes B, star. A, your independent variable, like you detailed in stage 4, and B, dependent variable, also known as naturally occurring effect in nature. That's a bit redundant. Anyway, or null hypothesis, zero difference result. If A, what you assume will cause this star, then no star appearance. That's zero difference result. So you say, I think my farts will cause the star. Okay. So independent variable, that which you, the researcher's going to vary is your flatulence, will cause star's appearance in sky. So my alternative hypothesis, clown on TED Talk, flatulence, independent variable. causing dependent variable appearance of star according to him. And zero difference result, null hypothesis alongside it. If clown on TED Talks, flatulence, no star appearance. Then what do? Well, an experiment. Let's let this man rip. No star. And what do you know? Well, that's useful because he farted and we didn't get a star appearing in the sky. So we varied our independent variable, that which we thought would cause the star to come, and the star did not come. We proved a null hypothesis. Isn't that amazing? We got proof. Farts don't cause stars. Yeah, that was a prediction we made before we varied it in a scientific experiment, because by varying that which was assumed in the hypothesis to cause the effect and seeing whether or not it did, we got to prove our null. Cool, huh? We just gave proof. Stars don't cause farts. Other way around. Anyway, the point is you need to make a prediction based on an independent and dependent variable. This clown's users just said stars. Yeah, prove what causes the stars then. Give us a prediction-based hypothesis, and you'll have your independent variable that you would be the genius to predict will cause those twinkly lights. Or your variable that you will vary will be varied and it won't cause them. One will get proven if you put it into a hypothesis.
Or to study a galaxy's development. Do you want your tax dollars to go toward that?
No.
Now, you may be thinking, well, it's probably not that bad. I mean, we've trained generations of scientists using the scientific method, myself included.
We don't train people using the scientific method. The scientific method itself is not a training tool or a teaching tool. It's a method to validate or elucidate the cause of an effect. So you don't use that method to say, well, if I impart that on you, become a scientist, because otherwise I could classify myself as a scientist for simply understanding and being able to disseminate what the scientific method is. So his inference that by having scientists be beaten with a stick of scientific method, they become scientists? Just absurd.
Surely I'm exaggerating. Well, let me walk through a few statistics with you. 65% of Americans have little to no idea what scientists do on a day-to-day basis.
You're one of them.
50% of them, however, have considered it, whatever it is, dangerous. 32% of middle schoolers, of 8th graders, score at or above proficiency in science in 2011. The good news is that's up from 30% in 2009. The bad news is that implies that 60...
Ed?
Yeah, he just got through saying the boatload of things, and then he puts up these slides, 65, 30, whatever the percentages were. Is that true? How does he know that's true?
Well, according to
Vic,
Vic, well, I did actually. Vic Reeves says that 69.7% of all statistics are actually made up on the spot.
Right, but exactly. So here he is decrying that the true scientific method doesn't work, but then he puts up these statistics and says these are true.
Yes. Who cares whether these statistics? 65% of Americans don't know what scientists do. Okay.
No, this is what. No, you're missing my point. My point is because it's been so convoluted. This is how he's getting these numbers. People are confused because it has never been held in its context to be what the way we're sharing it or the way you're going to try to share with Jared. It's changed so much. This is why these numbers are there.
8%, 2/3, middle schoolers score below proficiency. 30% of elementary school teachers feel well prepared to teach science. Now that's compared to 52% who feel well prepared to teach social studies, 66% who feel well prepared to teach mathematics, and 77% who
I'm sorry, who cares?
feel well prepared to teach reading and language arts. But here's my favorite statistic of all, the one I find most telling. Of 2,000 parents surveyed in the UK, 50% said that they feared answering their children's questions about science. Questions like, why is the sky blue?
How is that a science question? That's a concrete noun. That's not a phenomena. The sky being blue isn't something... Sorry, do you want to explain how that's a science question when point 4 of your list had independent variable and dependent variable? They were the two things in a hypothesis, right? That's what he listed. Do you want to explain how the sky being blue, not becoming blue from night, but just being blue, is anything other than a concrete noun? No, it isn't. It's not a phenomena. That's not a science question.
And why is the moon out during the daytime?
That you could almost call a phenomena. Almost.
Yeah, what is the moon?
Yeah, what the hell is it?
1 in 5.
What is questions? All of these what is questions. That's not what science deals with. Cause and effect. Now, he knows it, or he's just hijacking the words to sound clever when he says independent and dependent variable. Sounds kind of sciencey, doesn't it? Yeah, it is. But how is any of the things he's just listed as being fears of parents in the UK in regards to their science questions from kids, when they're what is questions? Yeah, these aren't science questions. Cause and effect. Independent variable and dependent variable. That's things varying. Oh my God.
5 said that in response to such questions, they said, no one knows, or made something up.
Oh, really? You're telling me that 50% of UK parents would just bullshit their kids and make something up? Yeah, I doubt that. Actually, why do I doubt that? Yeah, you're probably right. Probably they just make up some crap and tell them.
This concerns me.
It doesn't concern me. I don't put my kids in a public school. So I'm not concerned about the bullshit they have to endure at the hands of teachers who follow a syllabus.
As a culture, as a civilization, we fear science.
Hands up on the panel, as we are all part of civilization. Who fears science here?
It's terrifying. It's terrifying to me that he thinks that's science.
Without the sarcasm, who actually fears science here?
How about a pun? That's a vile question.
For our third time. Anybody, let's rephrase it again. Anybody here feel that they would raise their hand in the respect to having a fear of science in any way, shape or form? Raise your hand now.
I fear that they don't understand science.
I'm afraid of knowing the cause of an effect or not knowing it. I'm terrified.
Without the sarcasm. Right, let's move on.
Why? Well, I believe there are 3 main sources of that. First of all, we're obsessed with right answers. We're obsessed with conclusions. And as we go further and further, we learn more and more stuff. We can't keep track of it all.
Yeah, I tend to find in my example of scurvy, people were terrified to find out the answer of why their loved ones were dying at sea. I mean, they really, really were. No, they weren't. They were scared of the phenomena. The phenomena was terrifying. The science had the answer to stop them from dying. Nobody feared the science at all in that scenario. In fact, I would have assumed that many pleaded with science, your reification thereof, just men, that at that point need to have a little guess what's causing their men to die. Right? That's what they would have appealed to. They wouldn't have been scared of it. They'd have been scared of their men coming back from sea and dying. That's what would have scared them. But you think science is scary? No, not at all. Now, science has advanced humanity.
In addition, the facts, those conclusions, change. Let me give you an example.
I mean, men stopped dying of scurvy when deprived of vitamin C only last week. No, my friend. Once you validate that which has caused the effect you observed in nature and proven it empirically, ruled out the null hypothesis, that's it. That's the end. You have proven the cause of the effect. You know, at that point, you could assume that it will change and allow men to die by not utilising the knowledge that you gained that will never, ever, ever, ever change. You could deprive them of that knowledge because it might change. Or you could just use the knowledge that you acquired through the scientific method to stop people dying immediately. You could do that. I mean, I would suggest that that would be the thing to do and continue doing forevermore so that nobody ever dies of scurvy again because of your stupid assertions that it might change tomorrow. No, that's never going to change, ever. Once you've got empirical validation for things, they don't change. That's what empiricism means. Shout out to James Richard. He says, of course the parents just make stuff up. They teach their children Santa is real. No, I don't. They also teach them that Earth is a sphere. No, I don't. Appeal to the authority fallacy. No, not me. I'm the exception to the norm then in that case, James. But thank you for the super chat. I'm sure that maybe 50% of... I actually have decided that it's not 50%. It's 48.3% of UK parents.
You made that up.
I did not.
You made...
No. Outrageous.
On like 78.4% of men. Forget that. That's a lovely point, the scurvy, to look at what science is and look at what medicine is and how science can support medicine. And when something's proven scientifically within the field of medicine, it's never going to change. Yeah? There are lots of things in medicine like chemotherapy that seem to be proven to cure cancer or not, depending on your opinion. Yeah. But never ever will the lack of vitamin C not cause scurvy, the deficiency of it. That's proven scientifically, not within the discipline of medicine. Medicine doesn't have as high a standards as science, even though a lot of the time it is trying to elucidate a cause and effect relationship. Its standards are nowhere near as high to give you that definitive answer. A lot of the time medicine will use probability, correlation to try and help you. But the things that will definitely help you in medicine are those facts that are established through the scientific method, like vitamin C and scurvy.
Okay, but if I had, say, for the sake of argument, a medicine that cured ingrowing toenails, right? And I didn't actually have any science to validate the cause of the effect of your toes curling in and stabbing you in your own feet, right? But there is an effect to observe, and I've got some medicine to treat that, right? Now, would it be useful, Adam, if I was to say, for example, scientists at Oakley Laboratories have proven that this method will resolve the effect of ingrown toenails? Would you say that that would be a quite a useful marketing ploy? I mean, even if I haven't actually put it through the scientific method, saying that I've got scientists working on this and that those scientists have produced what I will now sell you, that would be quite useful, would you think, marketing-wise?
I think, yeah, from a consumer point of view, you could fool the consumer as to the validity of the evidence you've got to cure that ingrown toenail, yeah.
Right,
you could lie.
Okay.
And give false.
So equally, if I observed that my wife's hair started off really shiny, and then after a period of time it becomes quite dull, I could say, you know, going from light to dull, I mean, you could almost, at a stretch, call that a phenomena. Would you agree, Adam?
Well, that is a phenomenon, yeah. If you've observed it and you've noticed that happen,
I see.
then technically it's a phenomena.
But therefore, if I was to allude, without putting anything through the empirical method of a phenomena that I've just described, and a presumed cause of that effect, and alongside it, my presumed cause not being the effect of dull hair, if I was to not put that through the scientific method in any way, shape or form, but create an advert that showed a woman with really shiny hair, and then say something like, I don't know, here comes the science part, and then describe a chemical formula that's used in my shampoo, would you say that that would give you the impression that my shiny hair shampoo has definitely been scientifically validated to give you shiny hair? Would you say that that would be the impression you were given if I was to say something like, here comes the science part, when I in fact haven't put anything through the method of science?
Give validity false validity to your product as you claim a methodology that you're using to support the validity of your product that you haven't bothered to put it through.
What about if I said that the world was a sphere and we weren't flying off it because of a gravitational attraction that scientists can easily validate is there? Would that lend validity where I haven't put anything through the scientific methods? I don't have a phenomena in the first instance to study. But do you think that might be helpful in terms of marketing the idea that we're not going to fly off a spinning water ball flying through a sky vacuum? Just to say science says we've got gravity and scientists show we've got gravity, and then show, I don't know, a two-dimensional lattice work with a bend in it, for instance. Would that maybe lend credence to my ideas of gravity?
That would have less credence because both claims are not employing the scientific method, are they? But at least your wife's shinier hair has an observed phenomena. If we're talking about gravity, we don't have that observed phenomena, do we? We just have helium balloons going up, stones going down if I pick them up and let go of them. So it would have less scientific validity to claim gravity because fundamentally within the scientific method, which is the thing we're appealing to give us validity, one has an observed phenomena. Your wife's got shiny hair and she didn't have. Gravity's not yet been demonstrated to be a phenomenon.
Right, so you just need both of those things in his step 4. Independent variable and dependent variable, which will be something varying. Okay, well, if you're going to claim that the thing that's varying is all things going down, then we're going to need to observe all things going down, and they don't. Gases don't go down. So what the hell's the phenomena if you can observe the antithesis of the occurrence to be explained occurring? James Richard says, I want this guy to do a survey of adults that know what the scientific method is. Perhaps he could also include himself. Maybe. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Also, shout out to Jardo, gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much indeed, Jardo. Yes, I am clicking buttons. We'll get there. We'll get there. Go on, Adam. Did you want to say something? Was that
No, accident. I thought I was unmuted, so
Okay,
I
okay.
muted. But I
If
think
you're
that's
like-
a really important point. If you're going to grasp this, yeah, I know it's a little bit flippant, tongue in cheek, but using Jennifer Aniston as the here comes the science, Alicia Timotei, your Pantene Pro V, they're claiming something. Look, shiny hair. They're observing some change, something that seems to happen. Now, whether or not you put Pantene V on, it makes your hair shinier, okay? So there is something to observe there. And that's the point I'd say when people are trying to invoke gravity as a valid phenomena. There isn't something to observe there because not all things that, if you put that on your hair, it's always going to make your hair shinier in a way, yeah? Now, whether or not you can take that and validate it scientifically is a separate matter. The important point is that you've identified a phenomenon. That's your first step. And that's the disparity here. When we go to gravity, we're not even able to get that. Never mind isolate and vary things. We're not able to identify the phenomena in of itself within the natural world.
Me, when you were growing up, there were 9 planets in the solar system. In 2006, one of these things was eliminated. Which brings me to my third point. Why?
You can achieve so much in just
Understand how these decisions get made. We don't understand the thought process behind it. Now, all of these problems possibly don't lie at the feet of the scientific method.
No, not unless you're asking cause and effect questions. It's very, very narrow. The scientific method only deals with cause and effect.
It's not helping.
Nathan.
Yes.
Your scurvy example, could he ever say that about your scurvy example? We were told that it's caused by the lack of vitamin C, but now we're told it's not. Why?
There is, however, a better way. Let me introduce you to the cycle of scientific thinking. This starts with interesting observations. What counts as interesting? Well, if you find yourself asking the question, what happened there? Why did that occur?
Yeah, exactly. Why did that occur? That would be something varying. Sorry, why is the sky blue? Is that something occurring? So straight away, your examples of the fear-induced parenthood of UK citizens in regards to their, quote, scientific questions from their children, it's not occurring, is it? There's nothing happening. Yeah, step 4 in your list, dependent variable. Blue? Is blue a variable? Is blue variable? It's just blue. Yeah? Just the concrete noun, right? Nothing happening.
What's going on?
What's going on with blue?
It's probably interesting.
Just not science if you're dealing with concrete nouns or what is questions.
In the face of such questions, the human brain does an amazing thing. It tries to come up with an answer, a story, an explanation of what's going on.
Yep, and you guys will call that science. Meanwhile, stories don't cut it when there's an empirical method of science. Observe natural phenomena, suppose the cause of the effect, formulate it into a hypothesis, with the dependent variable being step 1, the observed phenomena, and the independent variable being that which you assume will cause it, with a null zero difference result alongside it. If A, your presumed cause, then not B, the effect you're studying, zero difference result. Then you experiment, vary A and see if it causes the effect. If it does, you validate your alternative hypothesis and you can advance humanity. If it doesn't, oh, one more thing, it won't change tomorrow. Yeah? Just to make that absolutely clear. Once you validate that A causes B, tomorrow you won't find the antithesis is true, that A suddenly doesn't cause B anymore. That won't happen.
Now, a lot of people are perfectly...
Earlier.
Again, Adam?
I heard the half-life of facts that I think it's a QI Stephen Fry quote. Yeah, that doesn't apply to science. Listen to what he's claiming. They're historical facts. They're not scientific facts that change. They never change. The cause and effect relationship has been established. And I would struggle to hear anybody give me a scientific proof of something, cause and effect relationship. Yeah. Now, what caused the Second World War? Let's take the First World War. What caused the First World War? Those facts may change because fundamentally they're not facts, they're opinions. And that's where the half-life of facts come in. This is why the scientific method is so strong, why it has such validity when it's able to make a definitive statement. It won't ever change. Yeah, you go on a long journey and do not ingest vitamin C, you will get scurvy. You don't even have to be on a boat. Yeah, you deprive your body of those nutrients. We've shown scientifically why that is, what the cause is, and what the effect is. It's never going to change. It's been demonstrated via the method. Now, you might be able to add nuances to it. You don't just need oranges. You can have limes. But fundamentally, you're then expanding on that basic principle that will never change. It is citrus fruits. You might be able to add more citrus fruits. Yeah? And then you can add that it's actually this specific chemical compound that is the actual cause of the effect, not just oranges, lemons, limes. But fundamentally, even though you add more to the knowledge, you never change the underlying premise. It never contradicts it. You only ever add to the depth of your knowledge.
Happy to have an answer. But scientists, and this is what makes scientists different from other people, scientists want to know if their answer is right.
And the method provides them that once they vary their independent variable, it either causes the effect and they know they were right, or it doesn't cause the effect and they also know they were right. Because they predict both. Hypothesis construction includes a zero difference result, otherwise known as null hypothesis. So in either event, they're going to be right upon experimentation. providing they've got a valid hypothesis. With an independent variable, that's what you assume will cause the dependent variable, the effect you're studying. You're going to be proven right either way.
And the way they do that is by saying, well, if my explanation is true, is correct, then I should also see this. They make a prediction. And
no, a scientific prediction is what I've described. A causes B, or A doesn't cause B. A causes B is an alternative hypothesis. A doesn't cause B is a null hypothesis. The two in conjunction is called a scientific prediction, otherwise known as a hypothesis.
And once you have a prediction, the only thing left to do is to go make observations to see if you...
No. Once you've got your prediction, you then validate your prediction. Not go and make an observation. No. You've already made the observation of the thing you're studying. Now you're predicting what will cause it. The only step after that is to see if it causes it or not. If it causes it, tick. I proved it causes it. Or if it doesn't cause it, I proved it doesn't cause it. That's what you do. Not make another observation. You've already made one.
You were right. And if you are, yay! But if you're not, if you're truly lucky and you got it wrong, then that's going to bring up more questions.
Explain to me in a hypothesis where you've got A will cause B and A won't cause B. Okay, that's your prediction. So you vary A and it does cause B. So that's right. You invalidate the null. You put a line through the null and a tick, meaning you're correct, through the alternative, or next to the alternative. Okay, so scenario one, we're not wrong. We're right. We put a tick next to the alternative, right? We were right. We got the prediction correct. Okay, well, what about the other? Well, we must get it wrong in the other alternative, the null hypothesis, rather. So, okay, we vary A. It doesn't cause B. So we were right about our zero difference result prediction. Oh, hold on a second. Aren't we wrong? No. We were right. We were proving our zero difference result true. It was proven to be true. You're telling me that if A, then B is wrong? We varied A, it didn't cause B, just like the prediction said. We were right. So, hold on a second. We were right in both instances. So, this clown's just told you what if you're wrong. No, the scientific method only gives you the opportunity to be right. One or other will be right. You can't be wrong. Yeah, it doesn't allow for that. You're only going to get a positive result in one or other prediction because there's two. Oh, what's that? You say you're going to rule out the other prediction? Yeah, they can't both be simultaneously true. It would violate the law of non-contradiction for A to cause B and simultaneously not cause it. That can't be. So you had to vary it to see which one was true. But one was definitely going to get proven at the end of the process. So I don't know where this, oh, well, what if I'm wrong? No, rejoice. You proved your null. You still proved something in every single experiment ever.
Questions that require more explanation, which leads to new predictions.
It leads to a new independent variable, the next guess in the chain that you will make to see if that validates your null also. Oh no, we put something else through and we still didn't get it wrong. We validated our null again. AKA didn't validate the cause of the effect, but did validate what didn't cause the effect. We proved that wasn't the cause of it. Again. Yeah, you'll have to come back with another independent variable, won't you, and put that through the method to see if it causes it. And you keep doing it until you figure out what does.
And so on, and so on.
What was this one and done crap?
And so on. Now, why is this better? Well, first of all, it actually represents what scientists do. In fact, postgraduate education in science is all about teaching people how to take interesting observations, ask pertinent questions, and then develop explanations.
Whoa. Make an observation, and then make a prediction and an explanation? So where's the explanation coming from? How are you going to validate the explanation?
That lead to observable predictions.
So the explanation leads to further predictions, does it? So it's like your prediction that's not validated will lead to more predictions. And you think that's science? No, utterly absurd. Definitely not science. No, the explanations come from the validation of an experiment. There's no explanation needed because it's self-explanatory when A causes B or doesn't cause B. You don't need to explain anything. An idiot could understand it once you've got the explanation because you've actually caused the effect you're studying. But you think that, no, the process actually, rather than formulation of hypothesis and independent and dependent variable as detailed earlier, is now the cycle of scientific thinking. So now thinking about what explanation you'll give for a phenomena that you've observed is now scientific because it's scientific cycle of thinking. No, this is just somebody looking at something and then coming up with a story about it. And then saying, well, now we can make more predictions. Oh, wonderful. What about giving explanations that are empirical? That would be much more useful. So you observe men coming back from sea, dying of this disease. And according to this method, the cycle of scientific thinking, you've made your observation. Now you can ask some questions. I wonder why they're dying. Well, you know what you should do, scientist? Come up with an explanation for it. What's that you say? Maybe it's the mops and the chemicals they're using to mop the decks. Maybe it's that. Well, then we can make some more predictions. Yeah, that's garbage, though, isn't it? How has that stopped people dying of scurvy? They made the observations, they asked the questions, and then they came up with an explanation. I mean, it doesn't seem like we've got any empirical validation in this process of, quote, scientific thinking. I can see how easy it would be for somebody to come along and think that science wasn't proving things if they saw this. Because you'd see how there's nothing empirical about it. Looking at stuff and then coming up with explanations without any experimentation stage, without varying and manipulating an assumed cause to see if it actually does cause it or not. No, just make further predictions after explaining it. That's what science does. No, it fucking doesn't.
This is science. But secondly, and more importantly, it's much more intuitive and much
You there, Nathan?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Go on, sorry.
Uh-oh.
What? I was just on mute. Shout out to James Richards. Science is not
Trying to get us
used to...
nervous?
Hold on a second. I was just on mute. Just give me a second. I'm just pressing buttons. James Richards. Science is not used to determine the shape of things. Yet the scientific community, open brackets, should be no such thing, close brackets, prove the Earth is a sphere. Yeah, exactly. The scientific community isn't the adherence to the scientific method and the empirical data that you'd get as an outcome.
much more engaging. The power is in your hands. Once you have an interesting question, do you want to go to the library and read up on other people's answers?
That's it. The idea of asking a question rather than actually putting it through an empirical method. This is the con, isn't it? Basically, this is the full con. Telling you that going through a process of thought and ascribing explanations to a phenomena after asking a few questions is the same as giving you an empirical outcome through a method of empiricism. It's not. This is the swindle, because he's just told the audience that is science. That's what science is, he said. Yeah? No, it bloody isn't. Looking at stuff, coming up with a few questions, that's definitely not science.
Or do you want to skip all that and come up with an answer of your own?
Now, that's what you are doing in your explanation. Coming up with an answer of your own isn't putting it through the method of empiricism to see what causes what.
And see if you can make a prediction and test it. It's up to you. That makes it much less intimidating.
It's just peppering this with words that sound like it's science.
From this as well, it becomes much more obvious how explanations change over time. In fact, there are only 3 possible things that can happen to a scientific model.
oxymoron. Sorry, scientific model. What's that? This is a new terminology. There was me thinking that point 4 on your first explanation of the methods included independent and dependent variables. Where's that going to be in models? It won't. Just another hijacking of a term that people who bullshit you with models want you to think that they've got science when they haven't.
It makes the right predictions.
Oh, does it now? So models are making cause and effect relationships elucidate through systematic experimentation, are they? Are they scientific predictions, like you had at point 4?
In which case it becomes stronger.
Oh, does it? Oh, because you call them science, it becomes stronger? Yeah, that's how it works. If you can convince people that you've got empiricism to this nonsense, then it becomes stronger over time the more you repeat it.
Over time. It makes a few wrong predictions, in which case it is modified over time. Or it makes completely wrong predictions, in which case it will be abandoned over time.
So in my example with A causes B or A doesn't cause B, where was it completely wrong? You can't be completely wrong in the scientific method. The method won't allow it. You'll always be right. You'll always prove one of the predictions true. So how do you get to be really wrong? You can't. Nonsense.
This is the switcheroo that they're talking about. The prediction is contained in the hypothesis. It's not something you over-elaborate on and you can predict without demonstrating the cause and effect. That's what the hypothesis is doing. It's differentiating whether there is the cause of the effect or not. That is your prediction. Yeah, that's what the purpose of the experiment is to do, is to validate that presumed cause of the effect, not, without describing why something does something, predict what the result will be. It's very different. But it is that subtle switcheroo that enables you to allow mathematical predictions, to claim that you understand the cause of something. Even if you can predict something is likely to happen, it doesn't mean you've defined the cause. It just means you can guess. I'll go back to medicine. Yeah, we can do things that elucidate a cause sometimes. It doesn't mean we've scientifically proven what we're doing. Just actually it's beneficial on the balance of probabilities. And this is where these guys are trying to mismatch. It's easy for me to demonstrate with medicine that mismatch between a hypothesis within an experiment that proves the cause and the effect and treatments that on a probability should elucidate an effect. Very different thing. One proves something every single time because of the way you've set up the experiment and the formulation of the hypothesis. Others, take vitamin D, you're less likely to get vid. Yeah? That's a probability thing. Might be proven that you're able to demonstrate, but it doesn't actually elucidate a cause.
The last great thing about this model is that it also illuminates something that's very dear to my heart. The idea that any explanation must be able to be proven false. And to explain this, I want to start with what would it take for me to show that my explanation of a phenomenon is true with a capital T? Well, if it's true, then every prediction it makes should match the observations. Well, how do
No. So he's convoluted, establishing the cause of the phenomena and whether or not your explanation of the phenomena will make further predictions that are correct. No, that's nothing to do with science. Whether or not your descriptions of a phenomena will prove other predictions in future true. No. You see an effect, you want to know what caused it. You presume a cause of the effect and vary it. If it causes it, you know the cause of it. That's it. That's the end of the process. That's science. What he wants to do is say, once my scientific thinking process has gone through the mill, I've seen something like a light in the sky, and then I've come up with some interesting questions. I wonder what the interior of that light in the sky is like. And then you've made some predictions. about what that interior of the light in the sky would be like. Now, you've done fuck all, but you've made quite a few predictions after some very, very interesting questions after observing phenomena. I mean, this all sounds very sciencey. Now, get this. Further to my prediction of the interior of the size of Jupiter, I'm going to say that further to my prediction, something non sequitur that I'll incorporate into and affirming the consequent fallacy will happen based on my predictions of the interior mass of that light in the sky. Let's see if they're right or not. Because if they are, credence is given to me as the scientist who made this prediction. Because the prediction of the interior of the light in that sky, I mean, that's basically science. I've gone through the scientific cycle now, haven't I? That's science. No. Observe natural phenomena. Formulate a prediction for what caused that effect. Vary that which you assume caused that effect and see if it bloody causes it or not. That's science. This isn't.
How do I check that? I have to check every observation. That's not every observation that I can make with my current budget. That's not every observation that I can make here in this amount of time that I have.
Maybe you could give us this written down in a method. This is the method. The method of what you would have to do if you weren't doing it with just pure fiat thought injected into an observation. What you'd have to do is check every observation. Is that how it works? So independent variable and dependent variable 0.4 in your list. How does check every observation work when you're only controlling for the thing that you vary? That would be the independent variable, one, alone, singular, alone, on its own. So you're saying, no, not the independent variable base of scientific experimentation, but in fact, the inability to check everything all the time ever. What a load of crap.
I have. It's every observation, everywhere, every when. It's not possible.
So
in order to
just here, Nathan, he's seeming to seek validity from observation. That's step one, the observation. Once we've observed it, we're going to try and vary that which we think is the cause. Right? Now, we have to observe that, but we observe it within the constraints of the experiment. So the thing that we think is the cause, we're going to vary and see if it does vary it. He seems to be, he's more heading towards a natural law. If we observe things always, and this is, natural laws aren't science. He seems to be thinking that as long as I can keep observing it from every viewpoint, then it's science. It's not, because you've not at any point attributed a cause. You just said it always is. That's natural law, not science.
Oh, spot on. Yes, exactly. Watson is some descriptions of things, making observations and then describing them. Not causally, just describing what you see occurring. Nothing wrong with that. But any idiot can describe things. Yeah? Elucidating the cause of them, that's a different story.
To prove an explanation false, however, all I have to do is find out that it makes the wrong predictions and then make sure that I didn't make a mistake.
No, that is the prediction. When you say, will it be causing it or not? How do you find out if that's true? Well, in science, you vary that which you assume would cause it and see if it does or not. That's it. Once you do or don't, that's the end of the process. But based on your now quasi-science of what I'll think will be the explanation, how well that will work in a model I produce. That's the validity. Garbage. Garbage. Useless too. What's it give you? How does that benefit me in terms of humanity? How does any of this process that he's detailing benefit anybody ever? Can anybody tell me of any tangible benefit to this process?
This is mathematical. I think he's describing here. So can I take a mathematical prediction and see if it turns out? For example, can I presume that the orbit of Venus will mean I can predict via a mathematical model that Venus will appear in the sky at the point that I predict mathematically? We've not done anything. This is just nothing. This is the point, that what they're trying to do is stack in this. If I can predict something, that it adds validity to my assumption of what caused it without demonstrating what caused it, just using a mathematical model, it means I've got extra validity. It doesn't. Just means you can predict where it will be. Doesn't mean the methodology that you've used to predict it, i.e. a description of orbital mechanics with retrograde motion in the heliocentric version, is the correct description of what's going off when all we see is the stars circle above our head. They're two different things. Now, just because you can predict where Venus will be via that model, you've not elucidated any cause and effect. But they want to add that if my prediction is correct, it means my mathematical description is the correct description. That's wholly false. It might be useful for you to then take that into science and an experiment. It might be great groundwork, prep work, which is part of stage one, observing things, testing things, applying a bit of logic, mathematics to things before you waste your time in an experiment of something that has no point doing it. But if you can get all those things together and go to experiment, then your experiment that you have to put a lot of effort into to differentiate your cause and your effect so that you can come to a conclusion of whether or not A affects B. Yeah? But they're just trying to mug you off that if you can just Mystic Meg predict something, somehow that validates it. And like I say, the best example I could say is using a mathematical model for orbital mechanics. And just because, and remember that model's built on observation, just because it then matches reality doesn't mean the mathematical model is correct and a description of reality. It just means it predicts.
Well,
and
Adam,
that's the
which-
mugging off. They want validity on that point. Yeah, that as if it provides the empiricism. Just because the prediction matches means it's empirical. No. And that's where the switcheroo is here. A matching numbers provides empiricism. No. I've done, Tim, sorry.
No, sorry. You're making a good point. So isn't that summarized when we say it only exists in the maths? So
Yes.
what they do is they have an assumption of how they want the universe to be, and then they only make it work via the maths.
Yes, which isn't science, which isn't physics, which isn't the elucidation of cause and effect through systematic experimentation based on scientific prediction, aka hypothesis. No, saying that these numbers match these predictions of numbers that we thought we would get, and we did. Therefore, I've got empirical predictions. No. Science elucidates cause.
The way I think of this is to say, if you give me a model that consistently predicts the wrong thing, I can say with certainty your model is wrong. If you give me a model that consistently predicts the right thing, I can say with certainty that your model is not wrong.
Really?
No, nonsense. I've just described it with regards to orbital mechanics. You can use orbital mechanics to predict where the stars are. Yeah? Does it mean that orbital mechanics is correct? No.
What about
The way you have
phlogiston?
to
I
develop
like
the orbital
phlogiston as an
mechanics
example
is based
because
on
hold
your
on, Adam.
measurements from
Sorry.
reality.
Sorry, Adam. If you use orbital mechanics, there's plenty of audience, 50% say, that believe that is their world, so it's hard for them to relate to that. Whereas if you use something like phlogiston, the maths of phlogiston.
Okay, yeah. So we assume that there is this amount of energy in all things upon combustion. We can predict the amount of combustion based on the amount of phlogiston. And when we burn a peanut, we see that it's got 200 kilocalories within it. That was the amount of phlogiston. No, there was no phlogiston in the first place, but the maths and the prediction marry up perfectly. Yeah, better example, Nathan.
Yeah, so we match up
That makes sense.
the model works. The prediction model of phlogiston, or phlogiston as I call it, worked perfectly. So we can say that it's right, can we? No, it wasn't. But the maths worked.
Yet. Let me give you an example. In 1781, we found the planet Uranus. But it did this really weird thing. At certain points in its orbit, it was further...
In its what? in its assumption based on someone else's description after making an observation that wasn't validated empirically? What, like Kepler's orbits? So based on his predictions of the cyclical motion of us moving around the sun in a heliocentric system that he created, you're going to make these further predictions that don't match. Oh, I see. So the phenomena is the non-matching of the predictions of the models of Kepler. I see. See how it all goes awry really quickly when you're basing it not on empirical evidence, but on observations followed by explanations from Kepler?
Along than we expected based upon our models, our understanding of gravity.
What's gravity? Have you got scientific evidence of that? See, again, we're basing it on the assumptions and descriptions after asking questions as opposed to the empirical evidence based on phenomena and the assumption of the cause that you validated. See how these two things are very different?
And at other points in its orbit, it hadn't traveled far enough.
Far enough? So we've got distances now. So based on not only Kepler, but also Huygens and his assumptions of Venus having R values that we can use for scale in Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion. Those distances. You see, I'd need some of this stuff validating empirically before I accepted any of the problems that you propose are caused by the models not matching. It just means they're wrong. But we already knew that. We didn't assume that they were right just because they matched.
It was almost as if it was traveling too fast at some points.
How do you know it's travelling at all? Oh, my bad. Kepler and Huygens. Of course, just covered it.
And not fast enough at other points.
You got the speed from them too, right? Brian's probably joined because he wants to moan about the two-way speed of light that you're going to have to assume, which I haven't detailed, but now I've done it for him.
And astronomers looked at this and they said, you know, it looks a lot like something is pulling it.
It looks like something's pulling it, and then introduces two arrows with the word gravity and a question mark. I see. I mean, if you're going to suppose the cause of an effect, first you'd need to show us a phenomena. And the phenomena isn't an inaccuracy in Kepler's model. That's not a phenomena. The stars just do what they do. And if you're going to call it science, you're going to need to prove the cause of what they do. That would be their phenomena, or their phenomenal nature, in some respect. You're not doing any of that. You're saying there's a problem with your crappy model that made a load of assumptions that weren't validated. Yeah, that's just your crappy web of lies falling apart.
Pulling it a little bit faster or a little bit slower, depending on where it is in its orbit.
My name is Kate. I'm an artist.
Why are you skipping past the ads? This is
Maybe
a great
there's a planet
example
out there.
of where you refuse to let your model go. So you take your model, and based on everything that you've presumed, it turns out to be cack. What you don't do is bin the model. What you say is, oh no, I need to tweak the model, right, and pervert it in ways that I don't necessarily understand so that it comports to reality. And if I can get the maths to fit so that the numbers then predict what I measure in reality, then that then means what I've had to describe mathematically is the reality, and I can accept that to the point which I alluded to, which is elliptical orbits, yeah, which is the way to account for retrogrades. Yeah, there's only one way of doing it, is to keep tweaking your model. And as he describes, sometimes this magic force that we've not established of gravity pulls a little bit harder, pulls a little bit softer, keeping things in balance, but never pulling it to it. This is nothing to do with science. This is just trying to match predictions with mathematics so that you think you can and they fundamentally describe things mathematically. As we've always said, if you're going to use maths, it's to use your best understanding of reality. Otherwise, the language you're using is invalid. If you take it to a realm where you're just making observations and fundamentally making assumptions of the mechanics to apply the maths to, which is what's happening here, if you keep doing that, eventually you'll get a match with reality. It doesn't mean the formulation you come up with has any bearing as a description of reality. All you've managed to do is get your predictions to match reality.
Magical thinking. That's how it'd be described if you're being assessed.
Maybe there's something interacting with it gravitationally.
Maybe. Maybe there is. Yeah. You'll need to validate that empirically via a method, but first you'd need to observe an effect, as opposed to a deviation from a predictive model that's not working.
And so they did the calculations, they found out where the planet should be, and
Should be? I see. So now, based on Kepler's model, the planets should be somewhere else. These people think they're God. That's the bottom line. The church got ahead of themselves with Kepler, because now the people further down the line, like this guy, when they see an error in the heliocentric model, they tell their audience that the star's not where it should be. Because where it should be is based on where I say it will be in this model. Now, if that's not right, then there's something wrong with reality. So we need to add something to reality. We're going to call it gravity. Because reality is not comporting with my model. So it's wrong. There's something else in the reality that we haven't yet discovered. So we'll magical thinking our way to a force that balances itself out. And here it is in the maths. See how it all works? And guess what? It was science that gave you all of it. Praise be to science.
they pointed their telescopes in the sky at that location. The planet they found we call Neptune today. Now, this was awesome to be able to do this, and there were still discrepancies in Uranus's orbit. So they did calculations. They said,
Can we stop that there? Because we guys have researched this. This is one of their false claims. So they claim Neptune, the Uranus, would be predicted to be there. These things have been observed for millennia to be there. Yeah, they always were there, and there is a model that describes where they'll be based on a cycle, a flat planar cycle. Doesn't mean anything other than we have a model that's 100% accurate every single year that we use for celestial navigation. Doesn't mean that model is scientific in any way, shape, or form. But it is a model that doesn't need modulating. Yeah? And more fundamentally, it's not, this model isn't supported by a lie, which is what he's presenting here. He's trying to add validity to the prediction of Uranus and Neptune. Neptune, where have I heard that word before? Is it ancient Greece, ancient Rome, as a god from 2,000 years ago? Now they're trying to claim that this name, prediction, has come from their Kepler model some 1,500, 1,600 years later. Listen to the obvious lies in their description. Yeah, we knew where it was. It used to appear. Sometimes it was visible based on the equipment we had. Sometimes it wasn't, but it was always predictable where it was. And they didn't use their model to predict where it was. They used the almanacs, which told you where it would be. This one annoys me, while they try to pretend. This is proper ball of lies, this one. Trying to pretend that the Kepler model is the thing that supports this. No, they perverted their orbits to the point that eventually they described the orbit in such a way that it met reality, the observations in reality, and they had to tweak it consistently. And they jumped around for joy when they finally got their mathematical model to fit with the observations of reality. At no point does that mean that the mathematical description describes the orbit of Neptune, because orbits in of itself is such an assumption they've yet to prove.
maybe there's another planet out there.
I agree. Yeah, I was just going to say quickly, the Kepler, the whole orbits thing started with us being on a globe orbiting the sun. That's what Kepler was famous for. He's an lemma. But that is directly back engineered from observations of what the sun is doing. And all the positions of all the claimed planets in the sky, like Neptune, they were all known prior to any time before Kepler. Kepler learned all of that through astrology. So it's not science in any way. All that was already known a long time, way before Kepler ever existed. But Kepler just back engineered it. That's all he did.
Planet X. They did the calculations, they figured out where that planet should be, and they pointed their telescopes into the sky at that point. And they looked and they found Nothing. And this was a problem. And they said, okay, but they continued to look. And eventually they saw something. And it wasn't weird.
The whole build-up with you telling us about how science is actually your method of looking at things and making predictions was just a big build-up for telling us how Kepler was right about orbits. That's basically the entire spiel and what this was for. To hijack science to elude that elliptical motions of Kepler's orbits are correct, because he's basically followed the scientific method. You know, the cycle of scientific thinking method, where he looked at something, had a little question about it, and then came up with an idea of what would be causing it, and then other people made predictions off the back of that, leading us to be looking in the sky for a gravitational-based planet in an orbit that he described. So obviously this is science. That was the whole point of this TED Talk, to bullshit the audience into thinking that this crap he's now talking about is somehow science.
Where they expected, and it wasn't really the size.
Sorry?
I was going to say, if Kepler was so correct, then how come we have to completely ignore the tilt that he gave them when they're doing their astrology and all of their movements in the sky? They must use the equatorial plane at equinox.
But they said, we found something, and it's a planet, and we're going to call that thing Pluto. Fast forward 60 years. Astronomers continued looking, continued taking observations. And another one popped up. Same size, same composition, same location.
Literally no mention whatsoever of the experimental stage, the independent variable and dependent variable at point 4 in his original opening. That's just completely by the wayside at this point. I mean, it's still science. These are still scientists. This is still science proving we're on a ball flying around the sun. Obviously. It's just not got any of the prerequisite requirements that he described in the scientific method, convoluted though it was earlier, at point 4, independent and dependent variables. Where the hell are they gone? Not even being mentioned anymore.
No, this is... I want to just if we look at Tycho Brahe, Kepler, yeah, they're building mathematical models and making predictions to fit observations in reality. And what I'd like to point out is Brahe and Kepler, within their models to fit observations in reality, have the sun at 13 million miles away. So is their model correct in any way, shape or form? No. They've convoluted it and got the luminaries doing whatever they've got them doing based on Earth orbiting the sun at 13 million miles away. Now, people would laugh today at what a retarded thing. It's clearly 93 million miles away. So do you understand? Every bit that is proof is false. The only bit is the numbers you can put to match reality. So the descriptions back then were totally incorrect. Might balance nicely so you can see these orbits at 13 plus million miles away, but none of it ever demonstrated reality. Yet the maths worked. It was perfect even at 13 million miles. Even now, modern ballers would laugh and scoff at that claim. Yeah, but the maths worked. Now, by his standards, that was reality. 13 million mile away sun, yeah, and the rest of it working. That is reality. This is the half-life of facts, when facts aren't really based on anything other than opinion, assumption, and equated with a little bit of mathematics. That's not science.
And another one.
Yeah, Brian.
They had to make the sun bigger and further away as they made their universe bigger and further away. That's all it is. They had to expand everything out based off of the sun. All our stars are based off of what they claim the sun is. That's where all that starts. But when that all had to become bigger, especially around Einstein's time, like the likes of the sun had to become bigger and further away, based off its angular size. They can make it any size. I can do the same. I can claim anything mathematically, any size or distance to the sun, and then you take their whole model and match it all around that, and it'll work mathematically.
This is why 93 is fixed now. Because back then, they're not balancing the R value. They're not doing all these things. They're quite happy to have a mathematical model, yeah, that will fit without worrying about R, yeah. All we've got to do is explain the positions of the luminaries and build numbers around that. Hence why you can stick the sun. It's got to be big and far away still, but it's 8 times less, yeah, than the actual claim distance as of today. So that mathematical model is a bunkum. At best, you've got some formula that will predict, and that's absolutely fine. I'm happy with that prediction. You can describe it how you want, and if it makes accurate predictions, brilliant. But don't tell me that it's a description of reality. And more fundamentally, don't tell me that you've done science. Shows you don't understand what science is.
They're not scientific predictions.
Yes, that's
No, but this is what the ballers are claiming, isn't it?
Great minds.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to launch into, QE. The distinction between a Nostradamus prediction and a scientific prediction, aka hypothesis.
No, there's a difference here. Again, it's not a Nostradamus. It's not pulling it out your arse with a bit of prose, yeah? It's a bit like, how do you define gravity, yeah? How do you make up a mathematical you drop ball bearings and measure the rate of acceleration, and then you build a concept around those measurements from reality. It doesn't mean the concept is correct description of the acceleration you've observed, yeah? It just means you fitted something around it to match the numbers that you will get from reality. At no point is that a description of reality.
Yeah, they just took what was once a cycle and turned it into a globe prediction, a heliocentric prediction. But it was a cycle before it was a heliocentric prediction.
Another one, and another one, and another one. An astronomer said, uh-oh, this is not looking so much like the other planets. This is looking like the asteroid belt, a collection of objects that all share the same orbit, but aren't really planets, not what we think of as planets. And as the evidence, as the observations continued to build.
So not the empirical evidence, just the observations. The observations are continuing to build. The predictions and bullshit they're based on, nothing's been validated, but we're still making further predictions, and they're still building on more observations.
Astronomers ended up having to abandon.
This is the point. As the observations, as they get more and more observations, they can adjust the mathematical model so that it is better at predicting. Better at predicting, not describing.
Adam, they've already got it. They've already got an assumption. They've already got what they want, and they're just trying to make everything match, and they're doing it by changing the maths every time something new is there, correct?
That would be, yeah, what that guy's describing, yeah.
Well, that's no different than Eratosthenes. He's assuming the Earth to be a globe when he puts the stick out and sees a shadow, which is an angle, which you could only get from a flat baseline. And then he says the reason it's different over there than here, 5,000 stadia away, is because the ground is curved. Why'd you assume the ground was curved? So what they're doing here is they're assuming everything in the heliocentric model, and then they just mathematically have to match everything. So 13 million miles away? No, it's 93 million now, because it's got to match. Oh, why? Because the R value.
Eratosthenes had the sun at a different distance as well, just so you know.
We got that.
Nation of Pluto as being a planet. It didn't fit. In the same way, we need to abandon the scientific model. It doesn't fit.
No, you need to abandon your pseudoscience model because it doesn't fit. But it's got nothing to do with science.
Instead, embrace the cycle of scientific thinking.
What, your cycle of observing things, having a little question about them, then coming up with a prediction, and then following that process through without validating anything ever? That's what led you to this model that you said you should abandon.
You don't have to be an expert. to do science.
This isn't doing science, and it didn't result in anything other than a model you say is wrong and should be rejected.
You don't have to know everything to answer your kids' questions about science.
Your kids' questions aren't about science, and if you knew what science was, you'd be able to tell your kids that their questions weren't scientific. But I doubt you'd be able to tell them why the sky is blue. You've got your scattering explanation, but that makes all of your orbital assumptions also. It's just a what is question, though. It's not science.
Even if the answer is, I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, because if you ask the kids to engage in that process of making an observation and then coming up with a little explanation, you could basically incorporate whatever the hell they say into science, couldn't you? Because what they think is very important after they've made an observation. I mean, based on what they think at 7 or 8 or 5, you could make further predictions and call those science. What an absolute joke.
Observe. Explain.
Just observe and explain. Yep, that's not science. The explanation for what caused what would be elucidated upon variation of the thing that you thought would cause it and put into a scientific prediction alongside a zero difference result prediction called a null hypothesis. Your observe and declare is absolute garbage and benefits nobody.
Predict. That's
Just
enough.
on,
It's good
Nathan,
enough.
if A, then B would be my null would be, if A, then I don't know. Yeah? So he's just described exactly why he doesn't understand the scientific method there. If it's not what it turns out to be, then I can say, I don't know. And you've not done, then your experiment is invalid because you have come respectfully to Jeren, yeah, to a Jerenism conclusion. I don't know. What does that mean? It means your experiment were shit in the first place. You never set it up empirically to give you a definitive outcome. Yeah, even as disappointing as that null can be, it's definitive. Whereas this guy is saying, if my quasi-experiment doesn't work out how I predicted, then I can categorically state, I don't know. Wow.
Yeah, the difference with a real experiment is you do know in both instances. You've proven something. You've validated something. You either validate that A caused B, because that's your prediction. Your scientific prediction said A would cause B. It's called the alternative hypothesis. Your scientific prediction also included a statement that A won't cause B. So then you vary A and one or other's proven. And like Adam says, how disappointing. I didn't validate my alternative and instead validated and proved my null. I'd have much preferred to have found the cause of this effect I'm studying. However, let's rejoice in the fact we still can prove this won't cause that. Because we tried to cause it with it and it didn't. We proved our null. It did not cause it. That's proof. Are you saying, oh, well, at the end of my process, when I've got my wishful thinking, aka scientific thinking cycle, that I just don't know I don't know. I'll just ask my 7-year-old. See what they think. That's the end of your process. Ask your kids what they think. Oh my God.
Science is back, baby.
Science is back, baby. If you don't know at the end of the process, just ask your kids and see what they think. Science.
Together, as parents, as educators, and as scientists, we can prepare our kids, our students, our schools, and our country for the challenges of the 21st century and beyond, if we can learn to think differently about science over time.
No, that'll hold everybody back. You getting kids to take this on board and utilize it will never, ever, ever result in anything practically useful ever. Now, I challenge every member of the audience to find me one solitude example where this process has in any way, shape or form offered any tangible benefit to humanity whatsoever.
over time. Thank you very much.
Garbage. That's it. Thank you, 10th. That induced a lot of passion. Any last remarks before I ask people to stay tuned?
Yeah, I said I can give you one.
Go ahead.
It was science fiction. Science fiction movies. That's what we got from them. Hollywood gave us science fiction movies based off of their paradigm. So that's what we got.
Then if I'm going to class entertainment in the cinema as a tangible benefit to humanity.
It's handy if you have nothing to do when you find a good movie, I suppose.
Escaping reality. Anyway, shout out to Original D Rose, who says, hopefully those most needing to hear this listened. I don't know. I'm appealing to everybody in the audience with over 100 people watching. I'm very grateful you're all here. However, with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Programming streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
It's the description of their understanding, which I think is really valid, because lots of people think that what that guy was describing means science. If I can predict with a mathematical model, and my mathematical model gives a prediction which is even somewhere close, then I have validity to my understanding. You don't. You've just got a really good predictive tool. That's not science.
Indeed.
Well, I remember hearing.
I'm not predicting anything.
I remember the sun was 3 million miles away, now 13 million miles away, now 93 million miles away. So they like this. This helps them in their pseudoscience.
Yeah. Kepler had a different distance to the sun than Eratosthenes, and they both had a different distance to the sun in their model. Sorry, I should use the critique. Than what they claim today. You know, it all starts and ends with the sun. Every orbit they claim starts and ends with the sun, and us supposedly going around it. If that was taken away, which it has been, then there is nothing. They don't have a model. And the predictions they make aren't predictions. They use the cycle that we know about and have known about for millennia, maybe. And they take that, they back engineered it into their globe Earth going around the sun model. And then they added on stuff that they might have seen in the background in the sky as much as they could. And then just added on a load of other stuff that they've never seen. Or they've made claims about something they see as far off. Light in the sky is so many light years away. That would make it, you know what I mean, so far away. You know, this kind of stuff, and it's all X size. You know, they give sizes to things that they don't even give an angular size to. Some of these things are just, and even Rumpus went through this on Ranky's or Brandon's one night, that they're just a point source. They're not even given an angular size. They're not even back in engineering an angular size to these things.
Well,
they're
Brian,
just giving it an actual size.
Let me ask you a question. So the model, heliocentric, Copernicus, from that time, 1600s, it's gone through a lot of changes. If that model comported to reality, would it go through all these changes?
Well, there's the opposite. And I take it from their standpoint. If I can present you with a model that doesn't need altering and is correct, whether it's today, tomorrow, 100 years in the future, or correct for 100 years in the past, if I present you a model that is accurate to that, and you have your scientific belief that that's a description of reality. Celestial navigation and the almanac does that. Doesn't require alteration over the past 100 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years. It's always been accurate. Yet the model it describes is flat and planar. the stars rotating above a stationary Earth based on disconnects of some of the luminaries and the star field. If you follow their standards, we have a model that doesn't need tweaking, and we've had a model that didn't need tweaking for thousands of years. By their standards, that's the most accurate and most scientific from the ways in which science was portrayed by that gentleman there.
Yeah, but you're answering a different question, and you're right. It's always been an elevation angle. You need a baseline. It's triangulation. You need a right angle triangle. You subtract them 90. Those things have never changed. And all those things tell you flat earth, flat earth, flat earth. Neon lights, blinking, blinking, blinking. Okay. What they've done is they've taken that and said, if we put that in the middle of the earth, the Goldberger, and call it the equatorial plane and say we get all the stuff that it works with, but just move it to the center of a presupposed sphere, then we could hoodwink them with the tangent plane on top and say, see, it works on the globe. But it never can work from a curved surface. Well, all righty then. I remember that slide, Adam. That's a nice slide you have up. Nathan should show it.
Are we still live?
I have no idea, Neil. I'm talking, no one's talking back. Just you.
So Dead Air is allowed on the after show?
I guess so.
Right.
I don't know what happened to Nathan.
Oh, maybe he's making a lemonade like I just did. I had
Well,
to step away also.
his thing is moving. We can't hear him.
Just going back to Adam's point, yeah, that's 100% correct, because what they have is a situation where a model they must continually change, right? But the difference between celestial navigation and what they're claiming, because technically astronomy should be just working like you're viewing the stars like celestial navigation, right? But they're not. They're making composition claims and size and distance claims, and that's the difference. That's why their model, I have to keep Belgium. Their model keeps on being wrong because they keep making claims about things they have no way of validating. If you claims they have no way of validating about things that they don't know what they are. I cannot tell you what one of those lights in the sky is. I just can't. No matter what I do, I can't tell you what it is with any certainty. Even if I was right, I wouldn't know I was right.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
the angular relationship is how celestial navigation works, and then they want to, and it's always worked that way from the Babylonians, Sumerians to now, always. And they want to ascribe, not describe. actual height to it and say, see, you're not doing triangulation in the sense of a mathematical getting the actual height of something. But it's not used in that way. It's celestial navigation, and there's degrees above the horizon by an angle measurement that tells you where it is over the plane we live on, with a vertical zenith, which can only be vertical, at 90 degrees. The sun is 90 degrees over there. Where am I in relationship to it? I got to do the co-altitude, the two-step method with the Mariner sextant. If I knew my 90, I could just take the angle. But I don't know my 90 on a boat that's tossing and turning. I get it by the co-altitude.
Exactly. Their model involves claims that can't be substantiated, as opposed to just modeling what we see. Because that's what, like, I mean, where all of these people originally came from was they all started off with astrology. Now, astrology is not science. It specifically states that it's not science. But that's where all these people started off with. And then they learned astronomy through astrology. Brahe, Kepler, Galileo, three of the best examples, they're all astrologers before they were known to be astronomers. And that's where they got their information from. Kepler just reverse engineered the already known path of the sun, let's just say, of what the sun will appear to do from your location. That was already known. Not the actual, I don't know if the actual circuit of the sun was known, but what the sun will appear to do from your location, north or south of the equator, let's just say, right? And Kepler just back-engineered that via the Copernican model. He took that and back-engineered the original sun cycle into that, and they called it Kepler's analemma. But he didn't. He just mathematically back-engineered it. That's all he did. Back-engineered him standing on the ground watching the sun move around the place into him moving around the sun. That's all he did.
Brian, was that an angle measurement? Was that an angle measurement he took?
Yeah, it was all angle measurements. See, how else is he going to do it? Everything is angles. Yeah, all elevation angles.
So when the sun transits over a year's time, the solstices and twice over an equinox, that has been happening for thousands of years, the same way.
Well, they didn't need a tilt, a 23.4 degree tilt, north or south. They didn't need that until Kepler came along. There was no need for any tilt. Everything was fine.
They still don't need it because they use the vernal equinox date.
It's not usable. The tilt is not usable. That's why. They can't use the tilt because it's not something you can observe.
No, it's a cover story for how the seasons are. It's a cover story for the seasons. And as you say, there's no work being done with it. They can't use it because when they go to use it, they have to say, Earth has no tilt. We're using the vernal equinox, and we need there to be a baseline that we can do these angles with.
Well, what they do is, you know the way Reg Rhetoric did many years ago with Jerome Campanella, where he was doing some measurement or some calculations, and he said, and now we're just going to add in the R values. Like, what? That's what they do. After they've done everything they can do in reality, right, use some real measurements and real angular measurements to positions that the celestial bodies will be in, to finish it all off, they're just going to add in the tilt. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Right? They've already assumed the R. Right? But even though they're using the equatorial plane, they've already assumed the R. And in a way, the way they add R is by adding in tilt in astronomy. So now we're just going to add the tilt in. But the tilt wasn't necessary till you added it in. And if you didn't add it in, nobody, pardon my French, would give a fuck.
Well, they They need to add. It gets worse. It's worse than that. I love it. You started this worse than that stuff.
I did.
Yeah. Well, you said it, and then I made a saying of it, giving you credit, so it's yours. Okay. I'm just your cheerleader. It's worse than that, Brian. So why is it worse than that? Because the sun is moving over a flat plane, and that's how the angles change throughout its circuit. That's why in Cyan and Alexandria, when the sun is over the well, it's at a different angle, 5,000 stadia away, because you're not under it in like you are in Cyan. You're at an angle to it. And if the sun does that, and it's recorded twice over an arbitrary line called the equator, and no more south or no more north than 23.5, then that means the sun is moving over a flat plane, and that's how you get your angles when it's lower or higher in the sky. How do we get rid of this? Because that just destroys our globe and the sun being far away with parallel light. Well, we'll just say the Earth is tilted by the same amount of the deviation from the equator, 23.5. Oh, what a coincidence. Just like the sun and moon look the same size, but it's really 400 times further. Oh, what a coincidence. These little games they're playing is catching up with them, Brian.
They do with the perihelion, don't they? The perihelion and aphelion. They're having to bring that into it to describe, make an excuse for the sun's movement. Like I say, they just alter everything.
Sorry, one day, guys, stepped on you. Go inside.
No, just saying, the perihelion, that's probably another example. This so-called orbit that we're moving the way it does to explain another, just a natural phenomena over a flat plane.
Yeah, but that's directly from Kepler. The perihelion and aphelion, that's directly from Kepler, because it's an offset elliptical orbit. So that would put the sun not in the dead center of the ellipse. It's slightly offset. So an offset elliptical orbit, and that's why they have to have perihelion and aphelion. That's why they have that. Right. But that's based off. Yeah. But that's all. They also have to have the tilt out of it.
Yeah, everything orbital requires on a plane of reference. You have to have the plane of reference to calculate any of that.
And that's why they get rid of Earth tilt and use the vernal equinox to have that plane of reference shot.
And I just want to add in, the tilt they claim is 23.4. They round it off, right? I don't know why they do this.
No, you're right.
I do know, to 23.5. They often say 23.5, but it's actually 23.4, and it had to be 23.4. Because they were basing off, because they were also hijacking the circle, which they turned into a globe. There's reasons. There's all based around, it's geometric, but it actually goes back to numerology. I won't go into it now.
No, you're right, Brian. I've seen it. It's 23.4, and they all rounded off to 23.5. You're absolutely correct about that.
All of geometry that we know, right? They always try to say Euclidean geometry. It's not Euclid. Euclid detailed things. I'm not taking that away from Euclid. He detailed things. But geometry was way before him. It was before Pythagoras as well. They knew geometry way back into Babylonian times. Its geometry is all based around the numerological number 9. And if you look at the globe and all the things they claim, and a lot of NASA's official numbers, it always, within things they claim, it always comes back to 9. We get the official number, you do the adding of it, and you end up, you use it like you should use it, and it goes back to 9. They're always hijacking something. 9 is connected to, like geometry that we know of exists because of 9. That's the truth of it. Yeah. 9. Everything has to come back to 9.
Well, there's some devastating proof that's coming our way to validate the way celestial navigation actually works. And this will be presented soon.
I'm looking forward to that. Once it's, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, because see what the R value would, if it was there, would mean Okay, we're either a flat circle that has a radius or we're a globe with a radius. But they say the R value is for a globe that has a radius of 3959. Great. So then we're going to have to apply the same math that you got that and say, where would the horizon, which is Earth curve now, because you just said it has an R value and it's a globe, where's that supposed to be based on different observation heights? And when you apply that, you find out, well, it's never there. It's always exceeding its limitation because they're forced to have angle measurements, if you said, from the equator to Polaris. So they can't violate the actual reality. So the 3959 has to be there, but the globe part is made up because when we go to see this curve, the horizon, which is Earth curve that blocks the bottoms of boats and buildings, doesn't ever work out. So then they say, well, it's can't be seen because of atmosphere, air. Air's not allowing us to see it. Well, then what's blocking the bottoms of boats and buildings if air doesn't allow us to see the actual curve of the Earth block the bottoms of boats and buildings, and it's actually exceeding it to where the radius in the Black Swan is 250 plus thousand miles instead of 3959. Refraction. Oh, refraction, you say. And as QE has put it, well, then no Earth curve, welcome to flat Earth. So it's based on optical refractive indexes, not Earth curve anymore.
But that refraction shows bottom-up obstruction. It just doesn't show things completely being obstructed by the Earth bulge itself, right?
That's what I just said. Yeah.
Well, no, you can't show that because the horizon is where surface or sea level meets the sky in the mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
So what bulge are we talking about?
Exactly. I mean, it dies at every level. Because you can't make up a ball and apply these things that you say should or should be working on a ball that never do, especially with reality, as John just said. Do the clouds actually touch the water as I look at the horizon, or are they 10,000 feet above the person there as they are above me, or something close to it? They're not touching the water.
And the bulge is on the surface. That's where it is.
There must have been some point where we never had refraction. Like, you know, there must have been a point where there was no refraction at some point in order to have measured the physical Earth curvature.
Al Biruni, he didn't know about refraction. Go on, John, you're trying to say something.
Right. It really doesn't matter whether it was refracted or if it was, whatever. Where surface level appears to meet the sky is what the horizon is. If you're claiming there's something below that, what are you talking about? Like, that's where surface level appears to meet the sky. It's a flat plane. It's a level plane.
Indeed. But their claim is what you just said, but it's not where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be at 1.22 miles in the Black Swan. It's well beyond the second oil platform at 9.41 miles, which changed the radius of their made-up sphere to 250,000 miles instead of 3959. So the whole thing falls apart right there.
Yeah, but their surface isn't level, is it?
No.
So it can never be a horizon.
No, it'll always be underneath.
It will always be underneath. Yes, exactly. But it's supposed to be before, based on that statement of 3959. That's why Black Swan is so devastating. Kills the globe instantly.
Sorry. Their over 6R is supposed to see what that's for is that is to give you an excuse for the distance. So when we see an horizon that is past a demarcation point, like the oil platform, right, in the Black Swan image, then that what their over 6R is they're giving you an excuse for the distance, but they can't give you the curvature between the observer and that horizon. It's just pre-assumed that you'll accept it to be there. That's all it is. But all they're actually doing is making up the distance. If you look at Adam's equation on how you find the distance to your horizon, how big is my sphere today? You must start with an assumed distance to the horizon. You must start with that. Right? That's your starting point. You use that and you multiply it by 2640, then you divide it by your observer height. And then you divide that by the radius of your globe, and then you multiply that by 6 to get your over 6 off. You know what I mean? It's complete nonsense. All they're doing is making up an excuse for how the horizon is further away.
You just validated.
You know what I mean?
You just validated what John was saying. So when that happens on those days, they're really flattening out what's already flat.
Well, it's not really refraction, is it? It's more inflation. You know, they're inflating the globe so that the angle and distance when they make that triangle will line up to a radius value. But it's always below surface level when they draw that line to a horizon that doesn't exist.
Yeah,
because it's below surface level in the math.
Yep.
I'm gonna stick by this. And I will say it. Excluding those who didn't take up geometry or forgot about geometry, or those who are just illiterate, the rest of them that claim to be scholars, that claim to be this and that, your Matthew Weathers, they are liars.
Well, the thing about that over 6R is that the distance, the way they calculate for the distance, right? Let's just say for the black swan photograph or image, right? The way they calculate for that with their over 6R is an excuse for the distance, as I said. But what they're using to get that distance, you can use that same method horizontally. So the distance, even within their own maths, doesn't have to be curved. Because technically, there's no curve added into the distance they're giving you. No curve whatsoever.
Andrew Thomas Young would raise his hand and say, that's right, Brian. All my refraction studies were done over a plane.
You just add 0.07 to each mile or whatever. Just adding, to each over. That's what you're doing. If you look at the differential between their actual geometric horizon and their 7/6R horizon, the difference in distance, you just take that difference in distance and you can just add that on, right? And then claim any amount over 6R, but you'll be actually only creating a horizontal distance, mathematical distance. That's all you're doing. You're making a mathematical distance to a mathematical horizon. And it doesn't have to be curved. And when I pointed this out to the borders, they were not happy about it.
No, they wouldn't be. The reason John's point of it's below surface level is because it is a thought experiment. It's not real. That's why it's below surface level.
I mean, the horizon in the globe model claim is the physical Earth curvature, but we shouldn't even go with that because obviously that's not the truth. But I've never seen it. Every definition of horizon tells you exactly what it is. The apparent line where the sky and the Earth seem to meet. There's only the globe model people.
Why do you think they do dip correction? I'm sorry, One Deck. Why do you think they do dip correction, One Deck?
Say that again, sorry, Tim.
Why do you think they do dip correction, same as high divide? Why do you think they have to do that when they take their celestial angles?
Yeah, to bring the eye down to the surface level, the sea level.
To form a 90.
Yeah. No, what I was saying is the definition.
Hang on, to the GP of the star or sun, that could be thousands of miles away, correct?
Correct, yeah.
All flat.
Yeah, definitely.
What were you going to say?
What I'm saying is,
go on.
The definition of horizon has never been Earth curve. Ever.
That's what Tim Osmond said. Who's saying the horizon's Earth curve?
No one's ever said it was.
Meanwhile, it's marked with an X, labelled horizon, and claimed to be the point that blocks your view. In there, begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator. They definitely claim the horizon is a hill getting in the way of boats and buildings. They just have to deny it when we show it isn't the case. Or ask us, who's claiming that? Whoever said the horizon was Earth curve?
If you take their distance calculations, they're from a 1 foot observation height. From a 1 foot observation height, their horizon will be 1.225 miles away, right? When they add on the over 6R, it'll be 1.322 miles away. Now that's just a distance. So that distance won't change whether it's curved or horizontal. So you can use that same exact thing, and I've seen it in dip correction formulas where there's one. I have the chart on my computer where there's dip correction formulas, and they also add in this distance to an horizon. Now it's only a mathematical distance; has nothing to do with anything. Because when you're out at sea, you have no demarcation points. You might just have nothing. Because I've been in that position more than one time. You have just nothing but sea. And you have no idea how far away the horizon is. You just have no idea. So you can mathematically say it's any distance. And for dip correction, it makes no difference if it's 10 foot in front of your boat or it's 1,000 miles away. It doesn't make any difference for the dip correction. So they can add that in there. But the only way they can add that in there, this globe's horizon distance, is by treating it as horizontal. So what if I wanted to know, let's just say, 8 over 6, right? And without saying R, without adding in the R, what would be 8 over 6? All I have to do is take 1.322, which is the distance to their 7 over 6 horizon, effective, right, over 6 horizon, off their effective radius. But I don't have to, I can ignore their radius and just take that one calculation and just add to it 0.097, right? And I get a 1.419. So I can then use that same 0.097 and just add it on as I need to give a mathematical distance to an horizon from a boat. But that distance will be a horizontal because I'll have to ignore the R, especially if I'm doing dip correction. I'll have to there can't be an R. R can't exist with dip correction. Only one of them can exist in reality. And that's the problem. So I can mathematically say the horizon is any distance, but it doesn't make any difference to my dip correction. And that distance has to be a horizontal if I'm going to be on a boat. It's all a joke. Their maths is a joke. You know, they can, because once they add, just going back to John, refracted John's point. Once they add in the R value to any of this over 6, then that places it below horizon level. Because the horizon has to be in a horizontal with the water underneath your boat to do dip correction. There is no way around that. The correction is exactly the same. It has to be a horizontal line between the horizon and the water underneath your boat. So if that horizon is 50 miles away, it has to be 50 miles of totally horizontal water as a mean. It's the mean level of it has to be horizontal. Now I can use their over 6 calculation and ignore the R part and give a distance to that if I want. I can say, it's a 97 over 6R. Sorry, I just ignore the R. 97 over 6. But it doesn't mean that. Now that doesn't mean that mathematically, right? But as soon as I add in the R part, then the horizon they're claiming then is still below the horizon you're seeing. That's John's point. So even with their mathematics, it still places their horizon regardless of the distance. So they're let's just say they're 250,000 mile effective radius for the 10 mile away horizon in the Black Swan. That 10 mile away horizon that they're claiming is still below the horizon we see in the photograph. It's still not visible. That's the point. That's John's point.
Yeah, and also I think the arc and those mathematics, because I don't want to decry the mathematics. I just like to interpret them a little bit differently. Well, just how you would have to, since the Earth is level. That's just sea level. You got to deal with it. I think they've confused the Rayleigh criterion and the loss of information, and that arc you can form as you raise an altitude, and that relationship with different planes, and that is their Earth curve, right? So I think there might be a purpose to having that curve underneath there, but I think it's supposed to be a correlation drawn and not a claim of a horizon.
Well, if you look at Metabunk, when they go into over 6 hour, when they go into 7 over 6 for their standard or over refraction, they have a distance to the horizon. And it's the distance to the horizon that is the beginning and ending of all their maths, for that, all their excuse maths, which is over 6 hours. So all they're doing is taking the distance, making it so the distance, how they can match the distance on their globe by inflating their globe for that person there and then. So for BLMSB 69 on the beach in Santa Barbara, 1 foot camera height above the water, seen 31 miles away, they had to inflate their globe to a ridiculous size, just so at that exact moment, BLMSB 69 could see a 31 mile away horizon. But the horizon they're claiming within their maths, as soon as they add in the R part, is now still below the horizon BLMSB is videoing. So it doesn't matter what they're claiming, because their horizon is still not in his video. Do you understand what I mean? It's not.
Yeah,
I know you understand, but I'm just saying for the audience, it's not in his video. Their horizon's not in his video. Well,
no, you're right, and that's why John said he thinks it's better. You call it inflation rather than refraction.
Well, it is. It is inflation. Yes, it is an inflation. John is correct.
So every baller has a pump, and when something is beyond its limitation, based on the limitation of what the horizon, based on the 3959 radius, it just push that pump, and the globe gets bigger. So the reason it's more flat is because I made the globe bigger, and there's more flat.
Yeah, they must go on. Sorry, one day.
Just keep repeating myself for some reason. Like I say, we've got to deal with the real meaning of these things. I know we know all this, but the definition of horizon is nothing to do with a physical Earth curve. It's a claim, and the definition claim is to assert something is the case without providing evidence or proof. So don't really have to speak about this horizon being Earth curve, because it's just a claim. We know it's not true. It's a claim.
Well,
the definition of the horizon tells us it's not true.
The definition of the horizon is for sea level, surface appears to meet the sky. That's it's just problematic for them because it's got level in there.
There's no definition to say that it's Earth curve. There never has been. It's just a claim, and a claim is something with no evidence to back it up. So there's only them two things you need.
I've got a quote here from Rufy John, which will back up the point you're making, because he's getting a lot of Skyping from Rufy at the moment. I even had slides today. So I'll just read a little bit where they're trying to go. You guys keep talking about a sliding scale. Just adjust it to see how much refraction you need. No. Standard refraction comes from empirical measurements of the density gradient. And he's got some citation where people have been out measuring the density. And this is fundamentally their claim. Okay, it's still Earth curve, but it moves right to the level of this claim. And this is what I want you to address, John, because once Rufy makes this claim, your understanding destroys it still. So if you look at the Black Swan slide,
the far left line represents the conditions. So light would bend at the same rate as the curvature of Earth. So you can see that occasionally it happens. That's what he's claiming, that the denser the air, it will just negate Earth curve and level it out. This is fundamentally where they're at. They're still keeping the horizon, that the hill, we can look over the hill. But for them to resolve it, they're invoking dense. I mean, by this logic, on a foggy day, you should be able to see further. Yeah?
Yes.
Because the more dense the atmosphere, the more it will comport or even exceed. So on a really foggy day, you should see really far, and the Earth should be concave, is the fundamentals of what they're trying to use optics for, and air density to generate this movement of the hill. And even if, as they claim on the black swan image, it means it exactly matches the rate of curvature. I mean, that is nonsensical in itself, but fundamentally that's what they're having to claim now. It's where they're going now. So the denser the air, the further you can see. So we're denying reality now.
I'm trying to take that all on board, Adam. That's the denser the air, the further you can see.
Yeah, because the more terrestrial refraction it invokes. So it's really dense air on the black swan day. So you can see occasionally it does happen, quoting Rufy. Yeah. This is what they have. But even if that's the case, even if it matched that, it's bending away. They're trying to create flat planes still, because the only way they can resolve it.
Well, it's worse than that. They're claiming a refracted horizon, right? So he's claiming, so Rufy is claiming, it's not geometric. Yes, Rufy, we know, like, come on, Glenn, we know it's not geometric, it's not a globe. That's basically what he's claiming, isn't it? It's not geometric.
Yep.
Yeah, and he's also he's got a horizontal line every time he inflates the globe. But see, that horizontal line that he's inflating that ball beneath is your surface level. And he tries to inflate that ball to where it'll try to match surface level if you get it so big, it's hard to notice the difference, right? Because the lines start to obscure and your pixelation can only do so much. But a curved line is not level.
Sorry for cutting in on you. I thought you must have been just taking a breath. Yeah, but you still won't be able to see their horizon that they're claiming in BLMSB 69's images. Because they're still claiming that that's below horizontal.
Yeah, that was the last part I said. It's like, yeah, but it's still below horizontal, so it's like a non sequitur point, you know. Like I don't even know how it helps them resolve anything in their minds.
But if it's a claim, it's got no evidence or proof.
This is their evidence. This is point 6 from Rufy. He's quoting Nathan from yesterday. 1900 minutes. Nathan, a geometric refracted horizon is a contradiction in terms. So Rufy says, yay. So Nathan clarifies that the geometric means unrefracted. Cool. So in answer to his, how's that geometric horizon working out for you, Rufy? I don't care where the unrefracted horizon is. I only use the apparent horizon, refracted horizon. I can do geometry on that refracted horizon just fine. The only way you can do that is to use my formula that I made for them and have to pre-assume R as 395. Anyway, this is where they're at now. They're claiming they can do geometry on the refracted because by the position where it is to resolve the R value for today, which is what my sarcastic thing from a few years ago is, they've now adopted that. And from that distance to the horizon, they can figure out how big their ball is today because they're still reifying the horizon as the leading edge of a ball. once they realize how big the ball is today, they can then convert that number to say how much over 6R refraction is. So they still assume R and still assume the horizon to be the leading edge of the ball. They're happy to accept that, however big the value is, because they'll just move their 7/6R value to whatever it required so that the R value stays the same and the refraction is the thing that makes everything level, even though every single thing is level in respect to what John's saying, 2 level planes. Yeah, every single thing moves as you can see further past demarcation points. All that means is there's more refraction, which is based on the density. It's laughable because they've now put themselves into the point where they're still admitting that the horizon is the leading edge of the ball. But the only way you can figure out no longer your new R value is to guesstimate your R value based on it still being the leading edge of a ball and see how disproportionate that is to 3959, so you can express the amount of refraction as a percentage of R still. They're so lost. It's
right.
Circular.
Yeah, but the thing is,
really, if I may, I'll keep it short. So it really has become, it's a sphere because it's so flat. It really has become that. They've just said you can never actually see the geometric horizon, but we can calculate it based on the presupposition that it would have to be a ball, and then back calculate how the light would have to be bent for it to be a ball when it looks so flat. That's it. It's full on crazy, full on la la land.
Yeah, because even if I give you infinite over 6R, right? Even if I gave you that, you still have a curve because R requires that it curve. So now you're talking about a point lower than another that's so not level. The horizon is where sea level meets the sky. Like it's like they're really not wanting to deal with level.
It's only apparently level, right? It's to them, it's apparently level. That's in the optics realm, and then afterward they can all bend it into the geometry. That's what they think they're doing. And that
even in the geometry, it's level as a horizontal plane. They're going below that to inflate a sphere and call it refraction. Like I don't get it.
Yeah, but they're dealing, when you're looking around in the world, you're dealing with apparent level and the apparent horizon. It's all just apparent. So that may very well seem flat, and you can use it as if it's flat because it'll work out. But then if you actually want to know where things are and how they are geometrically, well, then you have to apply the R value in the mathematics, and now suddenly you got it all in the ball version. But that's only mathematical. That's only in the geometry you can't see. So it's complete compartmentalization.
It's a geometry you can't see.
But that's why it's a thought experiment, because you can't see it.
But the geometry, just to go back to the geometry that you invoke.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Now, I was just saying, what to me is the most astounding is that it is a complete and full compartmentalization. There are 2 universes. One universe is optical. In the optical universe, everything is flat. And then you have the ball universe, the supposed actual universe where everything is mathematical and you can't see it. And they think that both can match. Like, it's complete compartmentalization of these 2 realities.
But see, even in the geometric universe, as you're calling it, even in that, level is still a horizontal plane, and you're going to get your curve from the differential between eye level and sea level, even in the geometry.
No,
so it's like you're running from one flat Earth to another flat Earth. What's the point?
No, you're mixing up actual level with apparent level. I'm sorry, they're not the same.
No,
Alvin has a point. I'm not mixing it up. You both have a point. Hang on, leave me out. You both have a point. John, you are correct. There's a differential between two horizontal planes. But Arwen is also correct, as in their version will be that it's only apparently horizontal. That's their stance.
Not in the math, though. That's just only in their delusion. Even in the mathematics, horizontal is a flat plane. I mean, it's clearly marked at surface level. You know, like.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. But the mathematics don't matter if you've got a belief. And so mathematically, they'll have to use two horizontal planes and a differential between them. But then they will switch to what Aaron was talking about, which is that the horizontal plane underneath you, at your feet, or from underneath your feet, that is only apparently horizontal. You wouldn't notice the curve. That's basically, right? And that is what allows them to sleep. That's what allows them to sleep at night.
Well, they shouldn't be using that mathematics. They're using the wrong mathematics then. They shouldn't be using geometry because they're denying geometry at that point.
The very fact.
Well, the geometry, just very quickly then, they're denying geometry as soon as they state that the horizon is not geometric. You can't do geometry on refraction. Show me the geometry of a superior mirage. There's no geometry for a superior mirage. It's optical. Sorry, go on, Ted.
No, but again, it goes back to 90. You subtract from 90. That's the highest number. Now think about it. What's a 90? It's a perpendicular. It's a vertical meeting a horizontal. That's a 90. So geometry, a 90 is a perpendicular. It requires a vertical and a horizontal. That's a 90. Okay. Everyone got that? So now let's go to standing under Polaris. It's at your zenith. You're under it. You start going away from it towards the equator. It drops lower and lower and lower until it's at 0. Okay. 0. That's it. That's the furthest you can't see it anymore once it gets at 0. But as you walk back towards it, it rises in the sky until you're under it again. That's a 90. That's 5,400 nautical miles of flat plane. Because that horizontal that gives you the 90 has to be 5,400 miles of horizontal flat plane to get under it and to go away from it. 90 kills them. That's geometry.
Absolutely. Let me add to that, right? Because this is something I was going to say a few minutes ago, but Arwen and John were talking. But this actually works better now. So I don't know if Adam is still listening or if he's still there. But if Adam could ask Ruhif about this and see what responses Ruhif gives to Adam, because I asked Ruhif about it. What they do, right, is they take the dip correction and Tent will support this. Isn't it true that in recent times, maybe recent decades, that the dip correction has refraction, which is celestial refraction, added into the correction, so you don't need to correct for two things. You can, the boat, let's just say anything below 20 degrees above the horizon will have a certain amount of refraction added in, right? But that's nothing to do with the horizon. The refraction is to do with the claimed position of the celestial body above the horizon, because of the slowing down, the apparent slowing down of the apparent fall rate of a celestial body, right? That is purely celestial refraction. Go on.
Yeah, yes. I could produce citations that tell you that they've combined the two tables now, and it's the temperature, and they have an average. And they say, well, okay, whenever you do this, it's based on the average. So if it's a day, it's more denser, then it's going to be a little bit more correction. It has nothing to do with Earth curve or horizon. It has to do with the air above the ocean. But you're right.
Yeah, but it's nothing to do with the horizon rising up and going down.
No, not at all. It's temperature of the air. It's the temperature of the air.
Yeah, but it's based on what the celestial body appears to be doing. It's not based on the horizon. The horizon is a constant, right? It's a constant horizontal and out horizontally from you, from underneath your boat, within those corrections. Now, this is what goes on within their community. Most of the ballers, and I know this from experience with them, most of them think that the refraction that's added in is over 6 hour refraction, and the dip right? The dip correction is a dip to an over 6R horizon, and it also involves a distance to that horizon. So they think, this is what they think, and Ruhif, right, who knows better, allows them to think this, right? People like Ruhif, who know better, allow the rest of them to think this, that you are basing your dip correction off of an horizon that's below the horizontal out from underneath your boat, below the surface level of the water underneath your boat, and it's based off of a refraction that's based off of an R value, right, which is just an inflation, right? And it's a distance to that horizon due to that inflation. Now, that would mean, right now, before I go on further with that, the first thing you would need to know when you're at sea, the very first thing you'd need to know is how far away the horizon is, but you have no demarcation points within their claim, just for a horizontal distance, never mind the R for the minute, just to horizontally know how far away that horizon is, right, at sea. How do you figure that out? It's impossible, you can't, right? At sea, you have no idea how far away the horizon is. It could be 10 miles, 1,000 miles, you have no idea. But that's the first thing they need, right, to do what they think is going on, or what they want to claim is going on. But the second thing they need to do is take out celestial refraction, which is real refraction. Let's just say, or it's more correct, I don't even believe it's refraction that's going on with the celestial bodies, but that doesn't matter for this point. The point is that celestial refraction is based off of what the celestial bodies appear to be doing above the horizon. They take that out and add in over 6R, which doesn't change the position of the celestial body, apparently. It changes the position of the horizon underneath it. So basically what they're saying is that the horizon is going lower and higher in reference to that celestial body, right? So it's not the celestial body anymore that you're calculating for. It's the height of the horizon underneath it. They think that it's an over 6R that's added in. That's literally what they think. Added in, and that they're using a refracted horizon for the dip correction. How do you use a refracted horizon for a dip correction? If you understand dip correction, then you will understand that the surface of the water you're looking at the horizon has to be there. It must be physical water. It can't be, right, because of what you're going to do with the dip correction. You've got to make a 90 at the observer, right, and a 90 at the GP of the celestial body. And both of those must have are using the same horizontal baseline. How do you do that?
Excellent.
How do you do that if you have a refracted horizon? You're not dealing with the surface of Earth anymore. You're not dealing with anything at that point. And that refracted horizon will mean that there's less than a 90-degree angle at the GP point of the celestial body, and more than a 90-degree angle at the observer. Right? It's crazy nonsense. So they must deny that you're using this. So yeah, you understand this, don't you, Tent? They must deny that you're using this. Yeah, go on.
No, it's excellent. Let me round out your point. So when we produce the citations from Celestial Navigation, that if your eyeballs were on the water, you don't do dip or height of eye correction. The rubber ducky example, as QE has put it. All right. So when do you do it? Well, you're correcting for a depression angle. What's a depression angle? You need two planes. You need the eye line level and you need the sea level. And because you're 10 feet above the sea level, you're correcting for a depression angle that you have a viewpoint to the horizon where the sky seems to meet the sea. So it's a height of eye correction that you do. And Brian, I know why you're doing this, because you've been sharing notes that you take a tape measure while you're at port and measure your stations that you're going to be doing the sextant observations from. And you know exactly how far above the water line you are, so that you minus that, so that your eyeballs are at the sea level. But if the Earth is inflating and getting bigger and smaller, what's happening to your eyeball? Is that changing from your sailboat? Never.
Yeah, your horizon, right? The problem with a lot of these people is they live in a world of diagrams. Your horizon, right, is when you're at sea, your horizon is not rising up and going down. Not that I wanted to, but I grew up right around people who were fishing people, fishermen and people like that. And I often had to go to sea, not far out, but I had to go out several miles often the time. And I didn't want to be, but I was out there and I saw, as a child, and I was on at least 100 boats. And I've seen at least 100 times, the sea horizon. The sea horizon doesn't rise up and go down. There is none of that nonsense happening, right? None of these people understand the sea, which is why they don't understand. Like logically, I totally, because of my little bit of experience out at the sea, I totally understand why you would not try and measure your height of eye out at sea. You would do it in port, where there is a surrounding of a quayside wall, and the water is always calmer in port. You walk on any quayside, and you will see the water in port calmer than the water that's on the other side of the quay, which is out at sea. The water is always calmer inside. So you will always take your height of eye from there. And then you will use that for every correction after that, as long as you're on that same boat.
But, it's interesting. In the beginning, when I first got to this topic, it was a big thing to make fun of flat earthers for saying water finds its level, or water, but it's actually water at rest finds its level. But sea kind of requires you to deal with level there, doesn't it? I never really thought about it back then, but it's sea level. I don't know why it's so hard.
Well, that's the reference point, John, and it's 0 degrees. Sea level has always been the reference to measuring the height of a mountain. The mountain is X, sea level is 0. Take an angle, get the measurement. How high above sea level is the mountain? It's always been the reference.
Well, the problem they have, this is why I focused on dip correction so much and for so long. And why so many of my videos I made were based around dip correction. Sorry, someone want to say something there? I'll go on. It's because I showed with moving diagram in GeoGebra, and I showed with citation that I got from 10th Man, right, that what dip correction actually is. Most of them didn't understand it was actually, they thought height of eye and dip correction were two different things. I've literally had that argument time after time after time on YouTube. They didn't know the difference. And most of them, until I corrected them, they didn't know the difference. And they still thought, a lot of them, that over 6R is the refraction that's added. And I have to explain to them, no, that has only been added in recent decades, and it's not over 6R, it's celestial refraction, nothing to do with a globe. There's no R value, there's no over 6R, there's no inflation of a globe. They didn't know these things. And why I focus so much on dip correction is because the water at the horizon, because you're doing a correction for dip, which is height of eye, it's a depression angle correction. But the water at the horizon, it doesn't matter if the horizon is 5 miles away or 50 miles away, that must be the mean sea level between the water underneath your boat and that horizon must be horizontal for dip correction to exist. And that's why I focus on it.
No, it's true. It's true. And if you remember, I went at it the same way you did. I also went at it with the opposite way that validates everything you just said. What's the opposite way? When you don't use the horizon. Well, what do we do then? We use an artificial horizon. So now you look into what an artificial horizon is. Well, in the bubble section, it's a spirit level. Well, if you're on ground and you're Lewis and Clark, it's a pan filled with mercury. And guess what? No dip, no height of eye requirement. Why? Because it must be level. End of story, both ways, destroy the globe Earth. I did that the whole thing on Mitchell with Australia with Adam. To dip or not to dip? That is the question.
So
yeah, I remember that.
So the antecedent for dip correction is a horizontal plane, whether sea level or terrain. Or the spirit.
Yes, pretty much.
Sorry, do we have a
dip
new...
or not to dip?
What's with the new Zambezi guest?
The point of the dip, guys, is to attain a level. Not angle yourself in relation to the edge of a sphere. It's to attain a level, to dip or not to dip. Remember that, it's its fundamental purpose.
Do you happen to have your beautiful English, seems like poetry to me, on the dip or not to dip slide handy, Adam?
Give me a minute, I'll find it.
When Adam did this, it was like, oh man, he nailed it.
I don't focus on the. I don't focus on the artificial horizon or the.
Bubble
Yeah, I don't, and tell you why I don't. Is because every time I want to speak about dip correction, they want to talk about those things. Whereas if I start talking about those things, they can say, yeah, you're creating a horizontal, but then that horizontal becomes an arc length, and that's kind of where they want to do their best to convolute it as much as possible.
Well, they can try. They can
I
try.
understand that. I understand that, but I understand what you're going to say, right? Before,
No, I'm
right,
going to show it. I'll show it, but go on, keep talking.
Yeah, the point is that I stick with the marine sextant because the marine sextant has to use, right, whether you're bringing the line from the eye up, or the line from the eye to the horizon up to the eye level, the sextant level, or you're bringing the vertex down, you must use the surface of the earth. Now, I much prefer bringing the vertex down because it's like they do for the site reduction, right? The eye is always, the horizontal is always sea level for site reduction. It's always mean sea level, right? So I like to use that because you're geometrically using the surface of Earth, and that's why I like that, and that's why they've never can get past it. Because you're using the surface of Earth, so it doesn't matter if the line that you're bringing up to the eye is coming from the horizon. That doesn't matter because that water has to be in a horizontal with the water underneath the boat. So I prefer the whole vertex coming down because then the horizontal is not being parallel with the water. It's the water itself, the mean sea level itself. That's why I stick to the marine sextant and I stick with the dip all the time. Because even if you say, even just to add it in, if you say when your eyeball is on the water, right, you don't need any dip, they'll tacitly agree with that because in their world, they don't have any claim to a distance to the horizon when your eyeball is on the water. They only have a claim once your eyeball leaves the surface of the water. So to bring it down, I focus on the bringing it down to the surface of the water or bringing a line up from that surface and what that surface needs to be for that correction to work. Because what they're claiming is a correction that doesn't exist. They're claiming a correction to an horizon that's below the level, below the surface level of the water underneath your boat. That's what they're claiming. Show me that in the almanac. It doesn't exist. Show me over 6 hours in the almanac. It doesn't exist. It's rubbish.
But I wanted to
posted
ask on
oh, sorry. Go on.
On the I did post something in chat what Rubif sent me. He was talking about angles or something, but it does. The picture is. We've all seen it in the almanac. It's to do with the dip correction and the height of eye. Now it does ask you. You know what your height of eye is, but if you look down that chart, you can see what your height of eye should be. Say, I don't know, 2 meters, and then what the correction should be, which is a minus correction. Now, at the top, it does sort of fit in with if your height of eye is 2 meters, it's all sort of -2, -2.5. As the height gets larger, your height of eye from the sea level, the reduction does alter in a wider. Wider. There's more of a difference. I'm just wondering why that is. Why isn't it the actual height according to the dip correction table in the almanac? I don't know if you know the answer to that. I posted it in the main chat.
I'm sorry, I can't follow you because I'm busy posting slides.
Yeah, the height of eye correction doesn't correspond exactly to the height of eye in the almanac. There's slight differences. If your height of eye is say 7 meters, it might be a -8.9.
The height of eye.
Their averages. Sorry,
there's a table in the almanac. If you're on the deck of a huge ship, you might be 60 feet above the waterline, or you're 10 feet above the waterline. It shows you within those parameters, like it might say, I can't remember by memory, but 8 to 10 feet, it's this, and 10 to 13 feet is this. So yeah, it might be a little variation, but it doesn't matter. You take that measurement at port with a tape measure, and that is what you got to subtract so you can get to 90 from your obtuse angle. If you don't do it, you're going to have an obtuse angle. So you're taking an acute angle measurement, but you got to do it from a 90. So you got to say, all right, it's a depression angle because I'm above the water line looking at the horizon off in the distance. That's a depression angle. That's the difference between two planes, as John has said. So now if you bring yourself down to the water line, I'm almost there. If you bring your eyeballs down to the water line with the proper height of eye, which you measured at port, now you've got that baseline. The surface of the sea is your adjacent, is your baseline.
I understand, and I'm not trying to. I'm just asking. It's just something in my head that I'm trying to work out. So if we're saying the height of eye, and you can saying the height of eye.
Hold on, Brian. Just one sec.
One day.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll clear it up for you. If you look at the almanac, right, you might have the same correction for 8 foot, for anything from 8 foot to 9.2 foot, let's just say. Right now, I don't have the corrections in front of me. But that's an average correction for that height. So if your height above sea level was 8 feet, or your height, and your height above sea level was 9.2 feet, then the correction would be the same, right? It's an average correction for that average height. But that is then corrected with slight reduction. Or the navigator, if they're good, will correct that themselves.
All the site reduction tables, hear this straight, and go try to prove it wrong. All the site reduction tables assume eye line is at water level, period. It's done in advance.
Yeah, I know, Tenth, I'm with it all the way. What I'm saying is, when I looked at the table, I'm thinking, if it is just your height of eye above the sea level, why is there a different correction?
Well, it depends on what table you're looking at.
Brian, I know, saying average. What I'm saying is, as the height of eye increases, the correction reduces. I'm just trying to work out it in my own head. I'm not against anybody. I'm just trying to work it out.
Yeah, but that might be because you have refraction added into that table. These days, have celestial refraction added in for anything below 25 degrees above the horizon. They add it in. So you might also have a refraction correction being added in to that dip correction without knowing it.
Right.
Nathan,
so that would skew it as well. Not skew it, but it would, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, cheers.
Nathan. No, good points, though. I put 4 pictures in Master B. Can you go there?
Yep.
Okay, I'll go through all 4. First one is obviously the square box, the 90 degree, even though they show the bottom yellow line curving, which then you can't say 90 degrees. So this is contradiction in terms right here, because they can't deal with the truth, because it has to be a 90 and subtracted from a 90. And then they got to show this little yellow arrow curving when they can't match the math that they put on the right side. Look at the math on the right side. 90 degrees minus 60 equals 30. Well, yeah, you did that right. 1 degree equals 60 nautical miles on the Earth's surface, therefore flat, right? So 30, the co-altitude times 60 is 1,800 nautical miles from the zenith of the observer to the zenith of the star. All flat based on that 90 degree. Right there, destroys them. Next slide. Here's an astrolabe, much like all angle measuring devices, horizon and the star, sun, whatever, above the horizon. It's an angular relationship, not trying to get how high it is in actuality, but just the angle above the horizon. All right, next slide. Oh my, introduce a bubble sextant. You got a spirit level doing the same thing, except in the air. Well, guess what? If it works in the air and you need a straight line all the way to the star, then that's the way it works on the sea surface after you bring your eyeballs down to the water too. That's why there's no dip correction with a bubble sextant. Ball game over right here. And then the next slide, showing you with a light bulb, but it could be a star. Huh. Flat baseline, angles. Black swan destroys the globe. Elevation angles prove a flat plane. End of story.
Can I just say something else on what I was saying? I understand what you said, Brian. That I've noticed the difference in the height of eye and the reduction number, and you're saying refraction, but refraction wouldn't alter your height of eye from the surface, because your height of eye is above the physical surface level. Refraction wouldn't alter that.
Yeah, but one thing, they add in celestial refraction into the corrections these days. At one time, there were two separate tables, but now they add them in to the tables.
I understand the refraction when when the celestial bodies lower than 20 degrees above the apparent horizon, and the normal the refraction there. But why would refraction come into your height of eye to the sea level when you're just dealing with you where you are and what's below you?
Because here, let me answer it, Brian. Let me answer it.
It wouldn't change the height. It wouldn't change the actual height.
No,
So why
you're
does the
right. You're right, but it has nothing to do with that. Quit confusing it. Here's the deal. If you're directly under the star and it's directly above you, there is no refraction. As it comes down towards the horizon, it's itsy bitsy bits of refraction until that 10, 15, 20 degrees above the horizon, where you got the, in their words, atmosphere. In our world, air temperature over a flat plane, the density, gradient, so-called. Okay, whatever. Water particles, miraging, all these different things. That looks weird. It looks like it's slowing down. Okay, so let's do a little bit correction here based on air temperature above water level. It has nothing to do with the horizon, as Brian said. So if it's directly above you, no refraction. At the lowest levels, a lot of this so-called celestial refraction. In between, barely anything above 20. It's just, they say it's negligible. I've put a citation where it says that 30 degrees above the horizon is so negligible. Okay, so when is it not negligible? When it's right there on the horizon. What would they tell you? Don't shoot stars there because it's kind of messed up there. Shoot above 15 degrees and you'll be okay.
Hey, those density, like horizontal.
Sorry, John, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your height of eye above the sea level below you. The situation with a star 3,000 miles away, below 20 degrees and refraction. What I'm saying is, if we measure our height of eye before we leave port at 9 meters, that correction should always be 9 meters. When you look in the almanac, it's not always the same as the height of eye. It differs, and the higher your height of eye is, the smaller the reduction.
The almanac, it says height of eye correction.
I know.
Can I just speak on this? I think I know what one deck's on about. It's not a linear relationship, no. Because remember, we're using optics. We're using the horizon to attain a level, okay? And as we go higher, the way in which the limitation to the deck plays out and the way in which that renders isn't a linear relationship. It's when you plot it on a graph, it's a curve. Yeah. That's the relationship. That's the disparage, I think, that you're describing in terms of the tables. When you plot them out, it's not that straight. Oh, if it's 1 meter above, it's this much, and if it's 2 meters, it's double that. It's not that. It's calculated via the height of the eye and how the limitation to the deck will slightly affect the rendering point optically of the horizon. And therefore, the higher you go, the more you open up that angle to the deck. So the more it plays out slightly different in a non-linear relationship. That, I think, is what you're addressing on that.
No, do you know what else?
I think that is. I was going to go down
It is, but do you know what else uses, just for one deck's benefit, do you know what else uses the same calculation formula?
Go on.
The Earth curve calculator.
Ah, right.
Same process. So both what has just been described to you by Adam and what the Earth curve calculator is a differential calculation between surface level and eye level. That's what you're detailing. Brian actually went through this about 25, 30 minutes ago when he explained why he stresses the importance of dip correction. So we've come full circle. That's the only reason I'm stepping in. Fascinating conversation, gentlemen. Really enjoyed listening to that.
There's a problem, right? And the main problem is that when they are looking at a celestial body appearing to slow down as it gets towards their horizon, when it's below 15 degrees, let's just say, they have an explanation that's given to them by the globe, right? And that explanation is that the atmosphere is getting more dense, so consequently, the celestial body is appearing to be higher than it really is. But in reality, when you're out at sea, the people who are out at sea, they must deal with reality and how that celestial body appears to them, right, above the horizon or close to the horizon from their point of view. And with experience over time, right, obviously it was a trial and error thing. With experience over time, really what they're actually calculating for, if you look at it, is the celestial body heading into the horizontal view of the observer. So the stars never actually set below, we never see them like set at the horizon. They don't do that. They get close to the horizon and appear to just disappear away. So what would cause that? If they were getting down towards your horizontal view and then just getting further away from you. So what they are calling celestial refraction is only them trying to reason in their heads how this celestial body is not taking a linear, is not working in a linear fashion mathematically, and because they have to believe a lot of the people who, unfortunately, they're using a flat plane all the time. But a lot of people who believed this and put these things together, a lot of these people still believe in a globe, even though they're navigating using a horizontal plane. But in their heads, what's happening is they think it's slowing down, but what's probably actually happening, and this is why some of our maths is confusing, is that it's not slowing down. It's not moving at all. The point is that it's not that it's slowing down its rate of descent. It's that when it gets into your horizontal view, then it's just moving away from you. And as it gets into 15 degrees above the horizon, it's getting into the horizontal view of the navigator on the boat. And then it's just starting to move away with distance.
No, you can't do. And I've got to stop you there, Brian. You can in the show earlier, Adam's explaining how because you can describe something with a model and parallel it with the reality that we do actually observe, doesn't mean your description of it moving away is correct. I'm really sorry to be pedantic on this point.
But it is moving away from you, Ken.
No.
It isn't. The stars are moving away.
The GP position can be represented further away as the stars appear to rotate above the surface. Now, this also ties back directly to Ben or Taboo Conspiracy's most recent examples, right? You're saying as they slow down towards the horizon, they're not behaving in a linear fashion like you'd expect on a ball. That's the same example that Ben's giving, just in a nicer, I hate to say it's nicer, it's far more broad, but it is a nicer, nicer packaged way of saying the same thing. How we would expect the stars to behave as we rotate round on the surface of a sphere is that they're going to reach a point where the hill gets in the way and that's it, they're gone. However, they don't behave like that. Now we're into the nitty-gritty of what they actually do. And everything up until this moment was just epic. You're describing what we observe and how we utilise it. And I only take umbrage when you start ascribing its physical properties of movement when you can only describe the GP position. It's hard to tell you off because it's so pedantic.
You're misunderstanding me. I'm talking about the optical view from the observer. They're trying to marry this refraction plane, right? That's what they're trying to do with optics, when really it's just an optical thing that they're observing. They have no evidence that it's refraction. It's an optical thing that's happening where as the celestial body gets closer to the horizon, what's happening is it's not because it's, you have to remember, it's parallel with the horizon. So it's how can it go below it? It can't. They can't understand how it's not going below it. So it must be celestial refraction. But it's more than likely not refraction. It's more than likely that the celestial body is appearing to get close to the horizon and then it's just moving away into the distance because it gets to the point where the portion of between, let's say, the portion of nothingness between the celestial body and the horizon gets to the angular resolution limit. You understand what I'm saying? So it's purely optical. What they are calling refractive is more than likely just purely optical, and that's why some of the math.
It is.
Weird.
And you peppered it with apparent that time, which was enough for me to get off your case, to be honest. But yeah, absolutely, I understand what you're doing. You're saying, in terms of how we just optically observe it to behave, the position over the land is moving further away from you, and how that represents to you is it reaches the horizon but hangs there or slows down as it reaches. Now, until you say it is actually physically, it's just skirt past that. You did enough weaselly words in the last bit to negate me having to moan. But they then need an apologetic for why it doesn't behave as you'd expect on a ball. Likewise, what's the apologetic for us just not turning and having the stars go over our head as the ball turns? Yeah, same point, but in a more broad sense from Ben. That's where I was trying to link the two together.
May I point out something, though? When they use celestial refraction, it is to get the stars to conform to the celestial sphere model so that measurements may be taken from it. That's still a flat Earth. So I don't know if you can attach it to what Ben showed, because you can't show a curving Earth with the celestial sphere model.
Yeah, and that's celestial. Go on, sorry. Go on, Adam. Go on.
Well, we started this with the point of what's the dip for? I found a little ditty, and maybe it just brings us back to probably the point that's worth considering. So I'll read it. To dip or not to dip, that is the correction. Whether it is nobler for the sexton to suffer the limitations of an artificial horizon, or to take the eye against the sea of troubles, and by opposing them, to define a level. Whether we use a bubble sextant or the horizon, the purpose is to define a level. That level is parallel to the level in the sky of the stars. That is the whole purpose of this. Yeah. However we try to understand the nuances of the optics, the purpose, particularly in celestial navigation, is to define a level. We can abandon that horizon. Yeah. If we have an artificial horizon, a bubble, or any other method of defining a level. It's the only purpose we have for the horizon in celestial navigation. It's not a point of geography to align to. It's an optical limitation which helps us define a level.
Love it.
Thank you, Adam.
Well, here's a quote. Below.
With that.
No, here's a quote. No, let me read it. Below some 15 degrees, the refraction becomes more sensitive to the properties of the atmosphere used, particularly the pressure, the temperature, humidity, temperature changes with altitude, lapse rate, in parentheses, and wavelength, color of the light ray. Funny, I don't see horizon or Earth curve here.
Where's the rest of the list? Where's 7/6R?
Hey, it's not here.
No, you just keep reading. It'll be there.
Hey, I'll just send it to you. It's a long article.
I was being sarcastic and facetious. It won't be there.
Yeah, it's not. It won't be there. It's not there. It has to do with temperature and the varying temperatures above sea level. Never a bending horizon. Never anything like that. It's what the air is doing above the flat sea level. That's why they don't want you to do 15 degrees or lower, because it just magnifies, it does crazy things. Just like when you're driving on a long straight road on a hot day, you see the road doing weird things in front of you. Cars kind of vibrating over the miraging heat signals given off by the asphalt road. It's like, that's weird.
Just like your kettle boiling in your kitchen, the steam only goes up so high, then it's clearer after that.
The advice is there for a purpose.
because of things like the
Miraging.
Rayleigh criterion. And you want to go, John?
Yeah, I do. Sorry. I said
No, no, no.
miraging, but I was on mute, so I want to step all over you. Somebody said miraging.
Yeah, optical effects.
What's mirages?
I don't care. It's optical effects.
No, mirage has a definition.
I'm not being pedantic.
You're not being pedantic.
It's a superior mirage. It's got the thing above the original. If it's an inferior mirage, it's got a replication underneath. Correct?
Mirages have an extra image or images of the mirage object.
Yes.
I don't see them on a hot road. What if you're not on a hot road? What if it's
if
cool?
you see a car, if you see a car in the distance, it does that.
Yes, you can. And I've got a demonstration of it doing exactly that, creating a replication of the lower section of a bumper of a car as the limitation.
I'm sure it does, but I've seen heat on a fucking road out in California in the middle of the desert with no fucking objects being mirage.
You didn't let me finish.
Right, but
you didn't let me finish. My example was nothing to do with heat or mirages from heat waves or tarmac, and everything to do with the hills that I was approaching with a camera pointing at them. And as the angle limited to the absolute minimum, you would lose the bottom of the tyres and indeed the bottom of the bumper of the car with an inferior mirage. That would be to say a duplicated replication of the limited view with the bottom of the tyres missing against the limited angle of the hill. So it was all down to a limitation of angle. I only filmed it from Life is Short explaining that that's what happened. That's what would happen. I was like, let's have a look. Sure enough, I can't stop seeing it. The only reason I'm mentioning this, right, I only did it today. So I drive my kid to a couple of 3 towns over. It's about a 35-minute, 40-minute drive. And because it's very hilly between here and there, I can't stop seeing it. It's all I see on the journey every time I go through those hills. If there's a car a few hundred yards or less ahead of me, all I can focus on is the fact that I'm seeing this inferior mirage induced by the limited angle. I also remember someone got a better sequence of it because they'd image stabilized a P900 in a car with an elaborate bungee setup and then just driven along a series of roads that had hills. It was one of the guys on the anti-flat earth side from when we were doing Isle of Man. I can't remember his name to credit him. But I nicked his examples as well to show the same thing because he had much better imagery than I had off an iPhone. But, you know, it's just one of them. I can't unsee it now. I hate to be critical, but you do definitely get an inferior mirage at the limitation of angle. Same as we show time and time again at the Isle of Man. That's why it was being filmed by someone else. Anyway, that was my 2 pennyworth.
Just to add in, an inferior mirage will be the appearance that part of the object you're looking at, a lower portion of the object you're looking at, has been inverted down the way. A superior mirage will be, let's say, someone standing on a boat will be inverted up the way. So the bottom of the boat will be up and the person's head will be down. That's a superior mirage. A lot of people think a superior, because whatever is going on with the ballers, they've detailed it. A superior mirage, I've seen it in their diagrams, is this exact copy of something right above it. No, it's an inversion. It is a copy of it, but it's an inversion where you have an upside down ship above a ship kind of thing.
Upside down, the right way round. Okay. When we're doing celestial navigation, there's a recognition that below 15 degrees, the elevation angle of the star is no longer accurate for all the reasons we've discussed, because the limitation to the deck. Yeah. But what you have got is the ability still to see it out of position because it is a point source of light along that flat plane. Yeah. That's so far in the distance that it's starting to merge. And at the point of that, you've got something very, very bright coming through stuff that is no longer accurate. And that's all it's saying. You can still use it. You're going to head in the right. You're not going to go north when you should be going south. But no longer is it accurate to get you within a mile or so of your spot. That's all it's saying there for whatever reasons. And we've discussed them. But fundamentally, it's just saying no longer because of that can we use it as accurate as if it's above 15. Because none of those effects are invoked then because everything is open. So it's measurement.
And it's nothing to do with a curve, is it?
All right. So my point was that the stars are, you don't see extra images or images of stars below 10 degrees on the horizon, was where I was getting to.
Exactly. I totally agree. 100%.
Right, just to correct you, actually, QE. No, I'm only joking.
But that's why. Well, that's part of the reason why my claim, why I claim that what they have called celestial refraction is not refraction at all. It's actually just optical due to the celestial body basically getting to a point of being close to horizontal with your eye line, apparently, and then because it's continually moving, it's moving away from you. So what happens is that portion between the horizon and that celestial body will eventually, even with any optic, will eventually get to 0.02 degrees, and it won't be resolvable. So the stars never meet the horizon. They just kind of go down close to it and then just kind of disappear off into the distance. That's what they actually do. They don't go down and meet the horizon and go below it. This doesn't happen. When you're watching the stars at the horizon, that doesn't happen. So that's why I think that what they call celestial refraction is just kind of an excuse for why the stars are not behaving as they expect them to behave. Because they're kind of removing optics maybe a bit, or the optical view.
Well, I think they're trying to get it to conform to the celestial sphere because they think the celestial sphere is representative of a globe, and therefore, you know what I mean? It's the simplest answer. Yeah, and that's I'm agreeing with you. You know, and I think that's the simplest answer because you can use those angle measures from the flat plane that you have to be standing on within that celestial sphere model to figure out how far away the GP point is of a distant star, right? So
Adam's sorry.
Well, what they don't want to do.
What Adam said as a summary was beautiful. I'm going to find that and clip it out. That was perfect. Nathan, do you have the picture of the car in the distance and then zoomed in Master B? I want to make a point here.
Yeah.
Just quickly, I just want to state that.
Yeah, go ahead.
They, very quickly, just on the end of what John said there, so it's not lost. My point being, and I think John is agreeing with the same thing, is they can't foresee how there's two horizontal planes that are just appearing to meet. They can't view it that way. So they must claim something is celestial refraction when it very likely is just optical. As in, it's nothing to do with temperatures and densities of anything. Go on, Si.
Well, if you're looking at these images, you can see why I said what I said, because here's a car in the distance over asphalt, and if you zoom in on it in the second picture, you see a reflection of it. And so that's what I meant by at that lower level of zero, and you got the thickness of the air and the temperature being different and all the stuff they say. It has nothing to do with the horizon bending or Earth curve. It just has to do with these optical situations when you have to go through a density like that, and you have maybe reflections as well to deal with. So that being said, the very fact that when you use an artificial horizon, which is either a spirit level, which means you negate all refraction and dip correction. Why? Because you've already established level.
A little bit of optics knowledge I gathered from Dr. John D when looking at all these miraging, refraction. So, fine. They're all effects that are hard to define. Some are not really predictable based on what state the air is, what other conditions. But the one condition that is a prerequisite, an antecedent, you might say, for an inferior mirage, a superior mirage, any kind of shifting of actual position, is that there is a geometric line of sight from the observer to that object. If that object is hidden Nothing can mirage because it can't be seen. It has to be seen geometrically, i.e. a straight line of sight to it, for those effects to then play out. That's something that ballers will deny because they try to lift things above a curve. Optics will tell you any of those effects, there has to be a geometric line of sight to the object.
Well, didn't Andrew Thomas Young invoke horizontal boundary layers for his 7/6R refraction?
Yes, because he did all his refraction studies over a plane.
Horizontal boundary layers. Horizontal boundary layers of what?
Hold on, was it horizontal?
Stratified atmosphere.
Yeah, but he had horizontal in it. I noticed that like right away. I'll have to go back and look. Let me go
The
back.
horizontal ray paradox.
Horizontal layers on a ball.
Well, there is such a thing where if you in meteorology as boundary layers. The cloud level is your local boundary layer. So you would have been referring to the cloud level being horizontal. The local boundary level.
Horizontal to what?
Well, it's
the horizon.
It's a temperature thing. They like
no, Brian. I'm not asking you to explain it. I'm asking you what's the horizontal to. We can't have horizontal in an atmosphere. We
I
can
know
have
that. Yeah, it have to be parallel with a horizontal.
We can have concentric, can't we, from a point? But what we can't have is what Andrew Thomas Young described as, which is horizontal layers. Well, there is no horizontal. If you're referencing the surface of a ball.
Well, if he is talking about what I think he's talking about, then he's talking about two parallel planes.
There are, and there is no horizontal gradient.
That'd be kind of difficult, wouldn't it? Unless you were talking about many horizontal planes being a gradient vertically. Maybe.
Spherically gradiated. They've got titles for all the different gradation levels in a spherical terminology.
One of them being horizontal to each other because it's on a ball.
I'll say it again. That unless they're talking about many horizontals being parallel to each other in a vertical gradient, that's the only horizontal gradient. What does that like? What does that mean?
that means married bachelor.
Yeah, a gradient has to be vertical at least. You know what I mean? It can't be. They only have a horizontal gradient.
Well, I think what he's trying to say is whatever effect he's trying to detail, as you move out further from your position, the effect increases over the horizontal plane you have to be standing on to describe this effect, as Tenth said.
Wow, we're mired in nonsensical buffoonery. We're at the feast of nonsense, right in the middle of the main course.
Yeah, I mean, why would anybody want to talk about what horizontal means?
I'll talk about it, but can I have 2 extra lashings of refraction before I talk about it? Yeah, it is fully at the feast because you're exposing. Well, I said to look at how do you have horizontal on a ball? Yeah, that's how he's describing it.
Is that apparent horizontal or geometric horizontal?
When you sit on a ball, you kind of stuck it with geometric there, you know.
You guys would have loved it last night where I went through refraction on 24/7 after I showed he didn't know what refraction was. I said, you know what, the heck with it. I'm going to give you all the refraction in your paradigm that you want. I'm just going to give it to you. Here you go. And here's the black swan. And now we're going to go through the effects of refraction. I went through mirages, towering, sinking, stooping, like back in the day, right? And I said, okay. He said before the argument started that he saw, or he claims, a refracted horizon. So no problem. I said, I made sure he said it a number of times. So your claim is a refracted horizon. I said, okay, let's go through the refraction effects. All, the 5 different effects. And then went back to the black swan. I said, is the horizon miraged? They'd have to say no. Then we went down to sinking and towering. Is the horizon changing shape? Is it stretched or shortened? No. Then I went to sinking. I said, you're running out of choices. Is the horizon sunken below the horizon? No. Then the looming. I said, you got one chance left. In your paradigm, in your fairy tale model, is the horizon looming above the horizon? No, that's stupid. So that was it. It took a while.
That just needs clarifying, doesn't it? Because that was the Rumpus's final chance. Because he claimed everything, as these definitions do, that those effects are with respect to the horizon.
Exactly.
Even 7/6R was with respect to the horizon initially because you were detailing objects with their relationship to the horizon. I don't know why they started inflating the Earth with it. That's just crazy.
It's because the horizon is Earth curve. That's why they have to conflate it. That's what they conflate. Because it's with respect to the horizon. These well-defined things that we can all agree on are all with respect to the horizon.
You want the definition of horizontal refraction by Andrew Thomas Young? The astronomical refraction at the astronomical horizon, not refraction parallel to the horizon, as non-astronomers might suppose.
Say that again.
That boy is done.
I'm going to post it. Let me take a screenshot. But it reads, horizontal refraction, the astronomical refraction at the astronomical horizon, not refraction parallel to the horizon, as non-astronomers might suppose.
All right, where's this astronomical horizon at?
Here, let me call Andy and see if he's free.
I believe that's your eye level, the non-existent horizon, the eye level, one you're going to pull your dip correction from. I think that's what the astronomers call your astronomical horizon.
Other known names are sensible horizon.
Where's that at?
Eye line. Bubble sextant would qualify.
That would be the one that defines a level.
Yes, that one.
Yeah, he just confirmed that by parallel and horizontal both being used there.
All right, it's a master B. And he's got other descriptions of horizon there too, so have at it.
Well, if you look at what astronomical horizon is, you're talking about where all the celestial bodies are in an angular relationship to your eyes, to your eye level, the vertical height of your eye above sea level.
So
the only
he
place
he says horizon, an ill-defined term used in many ways. See, apparent horizon, astronomical horizon, geometric horizon. To an astronomer, one of these horizons, this guy thinks we got many horizons. One of these horizons is a collection of directions in space. So a horizon is a direction. And in fact, a circle on a celestial sphere. What?
See, on a ball, your astronomical horizon doesn't exist. It only exists by going to hell and making it the equatorial plane. It doesn't actually exist in reality on a ball. Yeah, you can have it, but to use it on a ball, you've got to go to hell. Otherwise, it doesn't exist. It doesn't comport with reality of standing on a ball. The only place it exists is to take it and equate it to an equatorial plane and the equator at that point. Because remember, if you can see a star that's overhead at the equator and you're at the North Pole, that's where you see them. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't see stars from hell if the Earth's in your way, you know. So it has to be a flat Earth, you know.
It's conceptual on a ball. On a flat plane, it's not. It's the same thing. All the horizons are the same thing. Yeah? They're the same point of dissolution across a flat plane. If you're going to take that and call it astronomical, the only place you can use it on a ball isn't in reality, it's from hell.
I wasn't finished with the definition. He's now going to define what complete strangers think. So let me continue. To most other people, horizon means the visible edge of some physical object. I must not be most other people because I never thought that. Then it makes sense to speak of the distance to the horizon, a usage that seems absurd astronomically. This is a cluster gaggle screw of nonsensical gibberish.
With that, I am going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.